outside since, 5 o'clock.
So at that point, it was maybe only 90. Mm-hmm. Okay, we also want to keep you updated on all the news coming out of Washington, D.C. The latest over the last hours, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld a federal law that bars firearm possession by people under domestic violence restraining orders. We want to get more on this with Greg Storr, Supreme Court reporter. Greg, you've had a little time to walk through it. What do we know? What are your questions?
That's cool.
Greg?
Uh-oh.
What's up, y'all?
No Greg.
It appears that we don't have Greg. It was A1. The justices said the Constitution's Second Amendment isn't so broad that it protects the gun rights of those found to be dangerous.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
All right, Greg, I think you're still with us now, right? You got us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Okay, so walk us through this decision and what stood out to you.
Yeah, as you said, it was an 8-1 decision. Only Clarence Thomas dissenting here. The court essentially stuck to the test that it created 2 years ago when it said the way we evaluate gun regulations is we see whether there's a history of this type of gun regulation. And here, what this law does is it takes guns out of the hands of dangerous people, and that is something that the government has historically done. Therefore, it's constitutional.
Greg, given the political makeup of this Supreme Court, was this ruling a surprise?
It was not, given kind of the extreme facts of this case. This is a case about a guy who had a history of violence. He was challenging this law, saying, despite my history of violence, I still have a Second Amendment right to possess a gun. And even for this very conservative court, that would have been very hard to say, yeah, actually, it's just fine for you to say you can't take away my guns. Harder cases for gun control advocates are going to come when we deal with things like nonviolent, people who are convicted of nonviolent felonies. There's a case that the court's been holding that deals with that. There's also this question of whether this federal law that says if you're a drug user, you can have your gun rights taken away. That's also pending, and that could affect the Hunter Biden prosecution. Those may be the cases where the Supreme Court says, yeah, actually the Second Amendment does protect gun rights in those cases.
And next week's going to be quite busy as well. Greg, what are you looking for? What do we think we're going to get and when?
Boy, where do we start? The biggest case is that Trump is the question of whether Donald Trump has immunity from prosecution for trying to overturn the election results. There's another case involving the January 6th riot at the Capitol. There are very big business cases, one involving the SEC and the use of administrative law judges there. There's a Purdue Pharma bankruptcy case, and there are a couple of very big cases about the power of administrative agencies and who gets to decide what an ambiguous statute means. There's a big precedent the court could be overturning. Oh, and there are some social media cases too. So there's a lot of stuff. Buckle up your seatbelts.
All right, we definitely will. Greg, you'll be with us. Greg Storr, Supreme Court reporter, joining us there. All right, let's get to stocks on the move. The overall indices aren't doing that much. The S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100 do erase their declines. Jess Menton is here with some of the movers. Jess, what are you looking at?
So one of the movers this morning, Alex, I'm taking a look at CarMax. So KMX is the ticker symbol on this. That stock's up about more than 1%. So on pace for its best day since June 17th. It actually had been higher earlier, but it's given back a little bit of those gains. But this is a company that I like to keep a close eye on, just because, of course, when you think of this is the biggest used car dealership in the U.S., and obviously the supply chain kind of snarls that went through during the pandemic and what that meant for new car prices. But then also because of the last year, as some of those supply chain concerns have kind of eased their ways out, there's been a lot of deals for those new cars. But when you're looking on the used side, still some pressures there. But what was interesting is, so they still had issues when it came to missing on those sales expectations, but they did beat on their profit outlook. But what was important was looking at the affordability and what they're seeing as far as the price pressures when it comes to those used car prices. So at the end of last year, the average car price for that was hovering close to about $30,000. Now it's closer to about $26,000, so still obviously elevated, but you are seeing those price pressures when you are thinking about the cost of buying a used car coming down a bit. And then, of course, they did execute actually at the end of last year, because for a while they had paused their share repurchase program, but they reinstated it at the end of last year. They said they executed about $100 million worth of that in this most recent quarter. So you are seeing, because of more of what's happening with kind of those pressures coming down from the used car prices as well as the buybacks, supporting that stock. And coming into today, though, through yesterday, it was down about 7% year to date, and it is an S&P 500 member.
How about GLD?
Yes, so looking at what's happening particularly with gold prices, it's something else that I'm watching. So it's actually down about 1% today, so on pace for its worst day since June 7th there. And then if you look at a year-to-date basis, though, it's up close to about 13%. So obviously when you're thinking about this particular ETF that's going to track those types of stocks that are tied to the performance of gold that has picked up recently too. So that's something I'm keeping a close eye on. And then another one was Sarepta Therapeutics. So that stock, if you look right now, it's up around 37% on pace for its best day since June of 2018. So that is a stock that obviously is performing pretty well here. So the FDA actually approved expanded use of the company's gene therapy. So you are seeing that supporting that stock. And then analysts did say that this was the best case scenario for the company, but of course the share therapy did actually show good results in the secondary analysis. But of course, when you think about these particular therapeutic type companies, they can be quite volatile, as you know, Alex or Paul, so they could be a little bit all over the place, but that's why you're seeing a big jump in that particular stock.
I bet Jess cares about triple witching.
I do.
She does?
Yes.
Okay,
I started pulling the data last week to see what the move would be like. So obviously, Carly Wana on our team put this story together yesterday as a preview coming into this. So we have about 5.5 billion trillion rather. When you're thinking about the expiry, that's what's happening with either indexes, options, but then this also overlaps when it comes to the rebalance that's going to happen. So a few weeks ago, we had reported how GoDaddy, KKR, and CrowdStrike were going to be added to the S&P 500. So that'll go through for trading on Monday. And then also a big thing too is when you're thinking about the weightings when it comes to ETFs, particularly the XLK that tracks the tech stocks in the S&P 500. What's interesting about the way the S&P does the methodology is usually you'll have Microsoft, for instance, and Apple kind of roughly getting close to 25% each. They bump up against that. But what happened previously at the end of last year, NVIDIA obviously had a big run, but its weighting was less than 5%. So it was kind of a head scratcher because that would have been the third biggest behind Microsoft and Apple. But now because of NVIDIA's big run, it's actually probably going to replace the weighting for Apple. So it'll switch. And so Apple's weighting will probably be significantly smaller than it had been before, but that's another shakeup there. So all of that happening obviously before trading starts on Monday.
I mean, you know, ETF, I mean, like, you know, Jess and I care, Vince, well, not so much. All right, Jess, thanks a lot. Really appreciate Jess Menton joining us there. All right, let's go back to politics for a moment. Nathan Dean is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. He joins us now. It is midway through the year, so we're seeing a lot of analysts, particularly Bloomberg Intelligence, deliver their second half outlook. Nathan, what are you most focused on for the next 6 months? Obviously the election, and then what?
Yeah, so I mean, if you think about it in terms of sectors, it's you know, the Basel III endgame for the banks are really the biggest idea here. Is that
in there. We don't hear you, Nathan.
It's what
we will reestablish that in a moment and get to you on that. Anyway, in terms of sort of the back half of the year, yes, you have the election, and then there's the policy implications of that, and also, you know, geopolitics.
Yes.
We were speaking to Jennifer. I was speaking to Jennifer Welch. She's Bloomberg Economics, and she covers geopolitics, and she's worked in the Trump and Biden administration on China. And she said her biggest concern is actually the literal election and any kind of violence and disruption that we see in the streets, regardless of who wins.
Yep, that's going to be an issue, unfortunately.
All right, Nathan, you with us now?
And it's just Friday here in Washington.
Oh, there we go. Okay, gremlins are gone. All right, Nathan, we were talking about your back half of the year outlook. What's front and center for you?
Yeah, so when it comes to the big banks, it's the Basel III endgame. You know, will they be able to finalize it or not? And this is applicable to banks that are about 100 billion in assets and up. Now, originally as proposed, you're looking at a 5 to 19% increase in capital, but the Fed has always said that broad and material changes are coming, so we think that these capital requirements are going to decrease to around 7 to 10% if the Fed finalizes the rule, which they said that they are. Now, when it comes to financial technology, what you should be thinking about is two things. Are you a big firm like Meta, Google, Apple that's trying to get into the fintech space, or are you a small firm like a mom and pop firm? The one thing for those big tech firms to note is that there's a proposal out there from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that essentially will state that you're going to come under the jurisdiction of the CFPB. Now, this is not something that's going to be a, you know, materially altering outlook for Meta or Google. Look, they have plenty of staff and resources to deal with it. But the banks can tell you from about 10 years ago when the CFPB comes in for the first time, there's going to be a lot of headaches and a lot of questions and a lot of awkward questions that big tech's going to have to answer.
Big tech doesn't like regulation, and they typically don't have to deal with too much regulation in the U.S. as opposed to maybe in Europe. So what are we hearing from these big tech companies as it relates to kind of their digital wallet, their digital payment business, which is becoming, a bigger part of their business.
Yeah, the question here is that, look, we're not talking about new regulations. We're talking about existing regulations. These are regulations that the banks have been operating under for years now. But as fintech moves into the banking sector, they are going to have to start adhering to banking regulations. In fact, we saw movements from Apple this week to actually decrease the amount of digital wallets that they're operating and rather put out statements saying we're going to work through third-party providers. Now, what does that mean? That they can the third-party providers take on the risk of meeting existing regulations. Now, this runs the gauntlet from disclosures to customer requirements to aggregation of safekeeping of assets and so forth, if you will. Not really things that really come onto the front page of the Bloomberg News website, but if you're operating as a chief risk officer or chief compliance officer, these are things that could boil up into bigger issues and bigger compliance and enforcement actions. Mm-hmm. So when big tech looks at this, they say, okay, is it worth the reward versus the risk? And I think a lot of big tech, as they get closer and closer and closer to operating as banks, you may see a little bit more of like the Apple move where they say, the third-party provider is probably the way that we want to go.
What else are you looking at, Nathan?
So the other thing that we're looking at is asset managers and private credit. And this is where the elections come into play. Because the idea here is that if President Biden wins, you're going to see a continuation of this effort of potentially moving forward with making an asset manager. Let's just pick on BlackRock, for example, making BlackRock what's known as systemically important. Now, if you're systemically important, you potentially could get hit with capital requirements. So if President Biden wins re-election, you could see, a future Financial Stability Oversight Council come in and say, okay, BlackRock, Vanguard, we think you're great, we think you're really big, but as a result, you are now a systemic risk. Now, the other thing to note is that if President Trump wins, we don't think that this idea of private credit becoming a regulatory risk is going to go away. This is something that regulators, especially in the second half of 2024, really just don't know what to do other than ask questions and try and figure out what is exactly private credit and how is this working in the markets. We've talked before on this program about how banking regulations have pushed mortgages, for example, into the private credit area. But if President Trump wins, that review is going to continue. But then we get into the situation of who has the better ear of the regulators. Is it the banks whispering, saying, hey, you need to do a little bit more regulation here on asset managers and hedge funds and private equity funds? Or is it the hedge funds saying you need to focus back on banks? So I think if President Trump wins, you're going to see the scenario where the asset managers and the hedge funds are on one side, the banks are on the other, and they're whispering to the regulators, you need to do more regulations on the opposite side.
How about artificial intelligence and the big banks?
I still use an Apple iPhone 11. So when it comes
so
to
does
Washington,
Paul. You guys are iPhone buddies.
Yes.
It's like when it comes to Washington and artificial intelligence, we like our iPhone 11s. We're not doing the 15 Max Pro or anything like that. And that's the same theory that we hear over at Congress. I don't think many people understand over on Capitol Hill what artificial intelligence is, and certainly not to the extent of what Silicon Valley and the rest of the industry are using AI for. And so, what we are hearing in terms of AI is just questions. What are you using? How are you using it? What is the scenario here? We've seen a little bit more enforcement examination activity, if you will, from the banks on AI. But namely, are you using AI in a way that you're already meeting existing regulations? So what that means is that if you're a big company and you're exploring the idea of using AI or utilizing AI, you've probably got about a 2 to 3 year window before you see any major regulations, certainly not even legislation coming out. So it's more of a sandbox type of environment where you get to explore. The examiners will be in there saying, okay, well, how are you using it? Are you meeting existing regulations? But I don't think you're going to see Washington really come for your AI usage anytime soon.
All right, Nathan, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. I think Paul's going to get the 15, though. So I think he's going to leave you in the dust on that one. Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst over at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Washington, D.C. So coming up next, it's historic. It'll be a historic moment for you.
Yes. The last time I will be chatting with the one Joe Mysak about the municipal bond market on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a big deal. We're going to have our Muni in Focus segment coming up next. Joe Mysak, editor of the Bloomberg Brief Municipal Market, will be joining us. Markets not doing much at all. S&P pretty much flat on the day.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow higher, S&P little change lower right now. NASDAQ is advancing. NASDAQ up 0.1%, up 19 points. S&P down a point, little change there. The Dow up 12, up less than 0.1%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. We have got the 10-year at 4.26%, the 2-year 4.73%, spot gold down $34 the ounce to $23.25, a drop of 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude 81.16 a barrel right now, down 0.2%. Airbus is edging closer to an agreement with Spirit Aerosystems Holdings to take over parts of the aerospace supplier's business, paving the way for an acquisition of the bulk of the company by arch rival Boeing as early as next week. Shares of Boeing up 0.1%, Spirit Aerosystems up 6.4%, ADRs of Airbus up by 0.1%. Recapping, S&P lower by 4, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus with Joe Mysak.
All right, Focus on Munis today is brought to you by Build America Mutual. Build America Mutual insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of Building America. Invest in BAM.
Bam!
Bam.
Insured bonds. There you go. For the last time today, I'm chatting with Joe Mysak on the municipal bonds in New York Bloomberg Radio. Because, Joe, you're retiring a week from today.
Indeed, sir. And I have been on the farewell tour, which is why I have this voice.
All right, so just recap for us. How many years overall in the covering this business, the working man?
43 years.
That's amazing.
43 years covering
years here.
25 years at Bloomberg,
Here.
43 years covered in municipal
Right.
bond market. All right, so you go back to like the, I don't even know how far back that
The
is.
Lincoln.
How did you get into, I'm sure we'll do some of this next week too, but how did you get into the muni space?
I found my job in the New York Times.
And they're like, here, go do munis. You're like, okay, and then you
No,
just
it was
stayed.
a classified ad, and I responded to it, a job, employment agency. And the guy said, do you know anything about municipal bonds? I said, no.
He's like,
He
good.
said, well, I don't think that matters. I think you would probably do it. So I went to that, went down to downtown and interviewed with the editor. And he said, I would prefer, I always prefer to train someone who knows how to write and doesn't know about the bond market rather than try to train someone who knows about the bond market and doesn't know how to write.
Yep.
So.
Yep, very good. All right, and the rest is history.
I've actually said that too, that like you want to know someone who can do TV and then you can teach them the other stuff as long as they're hungry and want to learn versus you get someone super
Right.
in the weeds and then they just can't talk on television.
Gotcha.
But,
Okay.
Anyway,
That makes sense.
we are aligned.
Yeah.
All right, so Joe's got one more week working life, and then who knows what's going to happen. I mean, this guy could go downhill quickly, go crazy, do all kinds of crazy stuff. All right, Joe, we got some mega deals out there in municipal bond space.
Mega.
What is a mega deal?
27 deals so far this year. Mega deal I define as $1 billion plus. And in municipals, that's an unusual thing. And so far this year, we've had 27 of them. And a couple of years back, 2020, I think it was, we had 26 for the entire year. So we are closing.
Why are we
in
seeing the big
fast.
deals?
Analysts have said to me, well, there are bigger infrastructure projects. And, there's also kind of, I don't know how to put it, enhanced demand from ETFs and separately managed accounts. So they can sell larger issues and sell them out. And finally, there's also inflation, and that's forced prices of some big projects higher. But wow, you should see some of these, they're upsizing them So a deal may come in 850 million, and they upsize it to, well over $1 billion. So 27 so far this year. Who knows where we will end up?
What do you think? You'll be watching from somewhere fun.
I would not be surprised if we had 40, maybe more, and in a total year. I think we're a little over 220 billion. We're up almost 40% in terms of new issue sales. Depending on what happens kind of toward the end of the year here, we would very well have a $500 billion year, which would be first in the municipal market.
The year that Citibank gets out of the business. Nice trade.
Right.
We actually had a deal I saw Wednesday, John F. Kennedy International Airport. They marketed and then increased to $2.55 billion. So that gets your attention. So we're still paying for that thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, that
was money well spent, I'll have to say.
Well, what they're doing there really is their the public-private partnership that is rebuilding a terminal at JFK. They are paying down a bank loan they took, and it was a $6.6 billion bank loan, I think it was. So this is the second installment of the paying down the bank loan, which, yes, that's a good use of the money, and they'll have more money, and I think there was some actual new cash in there for their project.
All right, the next one is, here we go. Apparently, lawmakers in Kansas have now advanced legislation that would help the Kansas City Chiefs move across state lines from Missouri. Can you talk me through?
Poaching.
How is this a muni story? Is that a dumb question?
Pardon?
How is this a muni story? Is this a dumb question?
The Kansas lawmakers want to make it possible for the sales tax revenue bonds that they sell to be used for a new stadium. And the Missouri lawmakers now have to respond on their end, but obviously it's almost a bidding war for the Chiefs. And I thought, AP carried a follow-up story, because when we carried our story, it just passed the House. Well, now it's already also passed the Senate in Kansas. And they quoted a representative saying, this is the system that we're stuck in, so if we choose to opt out of that system, we will lose every time. And I thought, that is just so, these guys they have a gun to their heads. And so now Kansas and Missouri are going to slug it out. Wow.
So I'm looking at the reporting here. The effort to entice the Chiefs comes after voters in Missouri County rejected the extension of a sales tax that would help fund renovations to the team's 50-year-old NFL stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. The funds would have also been used to build a new ballpark for the Major League Baseball Royals. And I've heard from a lot of folks saying, as great as the Kansas City Chiefs are as a team and they're winning Super Bowls all over the place, they got like the worst stadium in the NFL, because everybody's building these new phenomenal stadiums, and you go to the Kansas City and you're like, this is it, So
this is it.
So they need.
We'll see now.
Yeah. All right. So we'll see about that. So municipal bond market and all that kind of good stuff. All right. Palm Beach County joins other swank spots in selling bonds to build affordable housing.
This was a larger...
Isn't that an oxymoron or something? Affordable housing in Palm Beach?
Right.
Yeah, no, this is a bigger issue than we've seen in many of these cases. It's a $95 million deal, and part of that's going to be used to build affordable housing, because, you need some place for the workers to live. I myself have done stories about Telluride, Colorado, Vail, Wellfleet, Massachusetts, and Nantucket also selling bonds for just this reason, because the price of the land has been so bid up by wealthy people that there's no place for the your normal workers, sanitation, police, fire to live, and you want them to be close by.
Yeah, I mean, this is a thing. I remember seeing the Walt Disney Company do a similar thing years ago in Orlando, because all those workers there. Where do you go? I mean, where do you house these people affordably?
And we heard it was a great piece. Was it Tennessee, right? Didn't we talk about this before? That Tennessee, everyone's moving from the East and West Coast, and the locals are really mad because they're getting priced out.
That was a good story,
yeah, and then it becomes a really big issue. And how do you solve it? Do you think this muni thing will go well then for Palm Beach? Like, will that work?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they're going to build the affordable housing, and people will move in because the people want to live closer by. They don't want to live, you know. I think we had one of the public officials quoted as saying, "I don't want to lose people further west. No, we want them here."
Yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean,
Good for them.
a great chart showing the rise in the median home price in that West Palm Beach County or Palm Beach County, and it's just way up and to the right as you would expect. Now the average is up like 515,000, whereas average hourly wages they've gone up, but the graph ain't the same. It's
Right,
not. They're not going up as fast, and so that puts the squeeze on some of those folks who need to live down there for their jobs. And so let's get to the municipal bond market. Hey, Joe, guess what?
That's it?
That is it, my friend.
I'll see you next Friday.
That is
See you
it.
next Friday.
Okay.
Will there be a champagne toast?
All right.
Exactly. The Joe Mysak, the dean of the municipal bond market in terms of reporting that important market, and we're starting to see a lot of deals there this year. Some big deals. It's so funny, when interest rates were low, wouldn't you issue then? But what Joe has told me is they don't issue when they want to. They kind of just do it when they need it.
Right, but then in
Interest rates
retrospect, aren't
began.
you like, ooh, it would have been better to do this otherwise? But, you know,
Yep.
I wonder if the Treasury is the same way. Anyway, Joe, we'll see you next week. Thank you very much. Coming up, you got Michael Barr right now coming up for world and national news. Michael.
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, Charlie, the Supreme Court has upheld a federal gun control law that's intended to protect domestic violence victims. The justices ruled 8-1 today in favor of a 1994 ban on firearms for people under restraining orders to stay away from their spouses or partners. The justices reversed a ruling from the Federal Appeals Court in New Orleans that had struck down the law. The case involved a Texas man accused of hitting his girlfriend and threatening to shoot her. Bloomberg Law's June Grasso has more.
This is not so much of a surprise because during the oral arguments, a majority of the justices seemed to think that it was this kind of restraint on owning a gun is logical. I mean, the case was really bad for the gun lobby because the guy had, gone out into public and shot the gun off, and there was this restraining order. So what they're saying is, in this case, you can stop someone from having a gun.
Bloomberg's June Grasso. The Supreme Court also ruled that federal courts can't second-guess visa denials for spouses of American citizens, even if it means the couple can't live together in the U.S. The fundraising spread may be narrowing between President Biden and former President Trump. As Bloomberg government Zach Cohen reports, Trump has outraised Biden for his second month in a row.
Trump, for instance, raised $141 million in May, but we should note they didn't disclose how much actual money Trump and the RNC have on hand at this point. The super PAC supporting him also raised another $68 million. Compare that, Biden, the DNC, only raised $85 million in May, but had $212 million cash on hand.
Bloomberg government's Zach Cohen. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We got tech under pressure. NVIDIA shares slumping now by 2%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now, right to the numbers, because the S&P now stands at 5466. This in a week where we did get briefly above 5,500. Right now, the S&P down 7, down 0.1%. The Dow is slumping 17. Little change there, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ also little change, down 3, drop there of just under 0.1%. So the stock market is falling as tech comes under pressure, and a pile of options expiring today threatens to trigger sudden price swings. 10-year at 4.26% with a 2-year 4.73%. Spot gold right now down $32 the ounce, down 1.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude unchanged on the day right now, 81.26 a barrel. The news on America's property market keeps getting worse. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
More and more American families are getting priced out. Existing home sales dropped for a third straight month in May as prices set a fresh record. We're talking almost $420,000 on a median basis. Combine that with the highest mortgage rates in 2 decades and a thin supply, it spells trouble. Separate data this week signaled a sharp slowdown in home construction. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
China is pushing for Visa and MasterCard to lower their bank card transaction fees in the country. This, according to a source, said to be all a part of an effort to facilitate payments for foreign visitors. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 6, a drop right now of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. We just heard Vinny and Charlie talking about existing home sales, 4.11 million. That's off slightly from the prior period. I went back and did the old GP function and set the tab to max to see how far back we could go, just to put that 4.11 million homes sold in the month in context. And we usually do, since like 2000, about 5.3 million. So it's definitely below kind of where we were, and higher interest rates and all that kind of stuff, and just people getting priced out. I wonder what that means for mortgage-backed securities market. Mortgage-backed securities, the Bloomberg index of mortgage-backed securities, total return off about 0.14% here year to date. So what do we do here in the back half of the year? Let's check in with Erica Edelberg. She covers all this MBS stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So as we sit here mid-year, Erica, how do you think about the back half of the year for mortgage-backed securities?
Well, it's been a pretty interesting first half of the year, so let's just talk about that for a minute. As of 2 months ago, mortgages were down more than 2% in total return, and on an excess return basis versus treasuries, about 75 basis points. And since the Fed reinstated their kind of one-sided market where they probably won't tighten, but they're hoping to ease at some point this year, the market's recovered great. So, we're back to almost flat, as you said, for the year. On total return, we're almost flat in excess returns, too. So what happens for the rest of the year? We think we could probably hold on to this. We don't think there's tremendous momentum right now. You would think there would be, given the 2 months. But the problem is we're still on hold awaiting the Fed. And supply is great because there's not a lot of new homes. But net supply is actually increasing because what's not happening in existing homes is getting put into the new home market a little bit. So we're actually seeing some increase in net supply of mortgages, especially when you take into account the fact that the Fed is, not buying. In fact, they're allowing their portfolio to run off, which contributes effectively more supply.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Who's buying these things?
It's mostly money managers right now, and they're not the most reliable buyer in as much as if spreads get too tight, for instance, they may pull back a little bit. We're seeing some of the largest money managers right now being quite overweighted the sector, so that might limit the amount of dry powder they have, should they get concerned about the sector for one reason or another, or even just if net supply does pick up.
Someone comes up to you at a cocktail party and says, and when someone comes up to you at a cocktail party and says, what's a 30-year mortgage these days? What ticker do you put into your Bloomberg terminal?
I generally put in, if I want a very short-term thing, I put in the
I want a 30-year fixed.
30-year fixed. MB30 or the Freddie Mac. Yeah.
All right, good. All right, that's all I needed. All right,
that's the fastest one to type. So.
Okay, MB30. So how does the mortgage market react to kind of what the Fed's doing. How quickly does that work? How tight is it? If we're going to get the Fed start cutting into the back half of the year, does the mortgage market anticipate that? Do they lag? How's that work?
It really doesn't anticipate it much.
Okay.
It's going to be based basically on what happens with the 10-year. And the 10-year will be a little bit more forward-looking than short-term rates. You know, it may look to what the Fed's going to do next year, for instance. But basically, right now, I think our rate strategist thinks that the 10-year is going to finish the year around 379. That's less than a 50 basis point rally from here. So we really don't expect mortgage rates to finish inside of 650 at the end of the year anymore.
I go back to who's buying again. Are banks buying mortgage-backed securities, and like, will that change?
That's a good question. Banks, unusually for the banks, who are usually a huge fan of mortgage-backed securities, when the Fed started tightening, they were facing a lot of profit and loss, unrealized gains, losses on their balance sheets, and they were worried about volatility as well. So, after SVB collapsed, for instance, they just stopped buying mortgages altogether. In fact, they didn't even reinvest their pay down. So they were running off their portfolios too. And then you combine that with the fact that the Fed, it's a lot of extra supply for the rest of the market to absorb. They have leveled off now. They've started at least apparently reinvesting their paydowns, so that's a little bit of a less negative technical for the sector, but they really haven't come in any significant size. We think that, there are two things that might happen. One is they just may get more confidence once the Fed starts to ease, or at least starts really saying that they're about to ease. But we also think they might want a less disinverted yield curve, or a less inverted yield curve. Double negatives, get it mixed up?
Right.
So,
Sure,
yeah. So there's not a lot of incentive to them invest in a longer term security if it's yielding less than their funding right now.
When I talk to credit analysts, they talk to us across about how tight credit spreads are. Is that a similar situation in the mortgage-backed securities market?
When you look at like the OAS of the mortgage market right now relative to the corporate market, it looks like relative to the past 10 years that mortgages are really quite cheap. Corporates have done super well. But if you look back to pre-financial crisis, before the Fed held as many mortgages as they do on their portfolio, we're actually, at a point where, maybe mortgages don't look so cheap to corporates anymore. They used to trade at a wider range. So it kind of all depends on your perspective and how much you think, the Fed may come back in or not as a buyer of last resort if something goes wrong in the mortgage market.
So at the end of the day, really, we have to think about the affordability part of this equation, right? Like it is the who's buying, so that's part of it, but the affordability, what do you think gets everything more affordable and kind of gets this market really moving?
Yeah, the funny thing is, like any bond investor, I always like to say what's good news for consumers and the economy is often bad news for bonds. So, the bonds rally when the economy's not doing well, and supply for mortgages, actual supply, not just net supply, would pick up if the housing market got more affordable. So we don't necessarily want that. Mortgage originators do, but mortgage investors may not. But I think it's going to have to we're going to have to wait for rates to fall down, because home prices today, the existing home prices, hit a new record at $419,000 for the median home price. And, although inventories are building a little bit, if anything, they'll probably only build enough to kind of stagnate prices. So what it takes is median incomes, over time growing, and, rates coming down over time.
This great chart about who's buying, who's selling. The Federal Reserve year to date, minus 90. Is that minus 92 billion, or is that a percentage? Because then mutual funds are buying, dealers are buying.
That's minus 92 billion in the first quarter. But if you look at, I do a chart, and I think you're actually looking at it.
Yep.
Of the Z1 holdings from the Fed.
Yeah.
And until now, from March 22 until now, when the Fed and the banks were running off their portfolios, households, it's called households, were the only ones buying, actually. They were really making up the difference. But the problem with that household number is it's a little inscrutable, because it's actually the plug that the Fed puts in there for anybody who doesn't fit into the insurance or the money manager or the mutual fund. So we know it's a lot of private net wealth. They call it households. We know it's a lot of a few hedge funds. But yeah, they let their portfolios run off last month, which is interesting. It's a trend to watch, but not a trend to be too concerned about yet.
All right, so I got the MB 30-year mortgage, 6.94%. So the good news is we're below 7%, but we're nowhere near me refinancing my 6% mortgage.
Yet.
So I'm holding on to this thing. Erica Edelberg, a chief mortgage-backed security strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. American Airlines is suspending training for new pilots through the end of this year. It is the latest pullback by a major American carrier in the face of uneven travel demand and delayed aircraft. The airline says classes for new hires have been canceled in September, October, and November. The announcement comes as American adjusts its to reduced flying in the second half of the year. No training is planned for December. American says aviators with conditional job offers will be given new dates in 2025. Airbus is edging closer to an agreement with Spirit Aerosystems Holdings to take over parts of the aerospace suppliers business, paving the way for an acquisition of the bulk of the company by arch rival Boeing as early as next week. Right now, we got Boeing shares down, little change, down less than 0.1%. Spirit Aerosystems up 5.6%. ADRs of Airbus down by 0.2%. American Express has agreed to acquire Talk for $400 million from Squarespace. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Charlie, American Express is adding a service that helps customers book dining and other hard-to-get reservations at exclusive venues. Talk provides reservations, table management, and event ticketing to around 7,000 restaurants and other entertainment outlets. It complements Amex's Resi business, which it acquired back in 2019. Restaurants are a major spending category last year. Charlie?
And that's Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman reporting. American Express shares are trading lower today, down now by 0.7%. As for Squarespace, it is up by 0.2%. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news and analysis through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries worldwide. We also make sure that you are up to date with your world and national news. And for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex, Paul, Charlie. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld a federal law that bars firearm possession by people under domestic violence restraining orders in a ruling that tempers the court's expansion of constitutional gun rights. Duke Center for Firearms Law Executive Director Andrew Willinger was watching for how broad the decision would be.
The majority basically says that when there's some evidence that a person poses a threat of harm to another person, then that individual can be barred from possessing guns consistent with history.
Andrew Willinger talking with Bloomberg's Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney. Justice Clarence Thomas was the lone dissenter. The federal judge presiding over the classified documents case against former President Donald Trump is hearing arguments today on a defense effort to get the indictment thrown out on grounds that the prosecutor who brought the charges was illegally appointed. The arguments over the legality of special counsel Jack Smith's appointment kick off a 3-day hearing that is set to continue next week in front of Judge Eileen Cannon. Prosecutors are urging the judge overseeing Donald Trump's criminal hush money case to uphold a gag order that bars the former president from criticizing jurors, court staff, or members of the prosecution that convicted him. In court papers filed today, prosecutors with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office argued portions of the gag order remained necessary given Trump's, quote, singular history of inflammatory and threatening public statements. Attorneys for Trump have called on Judge Juan Marchand to lift the order. A heat wave is moving from the Midwest to New England, but there is no immediate relief in sight for much of the rest of the country. This woman in Philadelphia says, though, she has an answer to beat the heat.
This past week it's been rough, but we're really happy that we live so close to a splash pad.
The National Weather Service says the heat and humidity could send heat index readings above 100 degrees in many locations. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, Charlie.
All right, thanks so much, Michael Barr. Appreciate that. So, according to Sky News, which is something I never really say, but let's just go with it, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour final UK shows at London's Wembley Stadium will boost the economy by £300 million.
It's amazing.
Oh my gosh. Fans are expected to spend an average of £471 per concert. That's according to official estimates. And nearly 640,000 people will attend these gigs. That is unbelievable.
It is, and it's been like that all over the world. I mean, just here when she was in New York, my daughter, who is a Swiftie, could not get a ticket in New York, did not stop her. She and a friend got tickets in Philadelphia, so they took a train down, hotel room, couple of meals. You know, she said she probably spent $300 or $400 in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
So that's incremental income, and that's happening all over the world.
I might know one Kelly Lines will be coming up in the next few minutes with Balance of Power, who may or may not have gone to Portugal and saw Taylor Swift.
I didn't know Kelly Lines was a Swiftie.
And apparently she's like 10 times more a Swiftie, and we can keep saying this because she can't actually engage in this conversation. But apparently it goes even much further than this. For London, the transport said it will rename some tube stations on a special one-off map in her honor, and they unveiled a mural of the singer on the Spanish Steps outside Wembley Stadium.
Wow.
Okay,
it's a thing.
My
and again,
goodness.
I mentioned this to Tom Keene earlier. The only thing I could think of that was like anything like this was Beatlemania. That whole thing. And now you've got the power, if you will, of social media to amplify the whole experience. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing. But wow, you know.
Yeah, Barclays had predicted that fans would fork over a total of almost £1 billion across her 15 UK shows. We'll have to see how the numbers actually suss out. Actually, we should do like a Beatles versus Taylor Swift comparison and adjust for inflation and see how this goes.
Exactly right. So good news for TT, right?
Tay-Tay, Paul Sweeney, Tay-Tay.
Thank you.
All right, guys, have a great weekend. Happy Friday. This has been Bloomberg Intelligence. You have Balance of Power with the Tay-Tay fan herself, Kelly Lines. She's up next.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lines in for Joe Matthew today. This is the Friday edition. Happy Friday, everyone, and happy Supreme Court Opinion Day. We got a handful this morning, including the justices ruling 8-1 to uphold a ban on gun possession for domestic violence offenders. But we have many big decisions that have yet to come down. We'll get the latest with June Grasso, the host of Bloomberg Law, and criminal and constitutional law attorney Robert McWhirter this hour. Plus, as we're counting down the days to the debate, we have fresh fundraising figures to look at from both the Biden and Trump campaigns. We'll have more with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson and our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, this hour. First, though, let's get a check on those markets on this Friday. Charlie Pellet has a look up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
We want to begin with the developing story headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. Federal Reserve faulting the living wills, so-called living wills of B of A, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan. Four of the biggest banks on Wall Street must improve their blueprints for a hypothetical wind down after top U.S. regulators found weaknesses in their plans. The so-called living wills of JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup all had a shortcoming, according to the Federal Reserve and Federal Deposit Insurance Corp. Stocks trading mixed right now. We've got the S&P up 3, little change there. Dow Industrials down 15, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 51, up by 0.3%. 10-year 4.2%, the 2-year 4.74%. Well, as for the market backdrop, Barbara Reinhardt is Chief Investment Officer for Multi-Asset Strategies and Solutions at Voya Investment Management.
Tech has really been powering the market ahead this year. It certainly has some of a setup to maybe take a breather at this point. I can tell you even what we're seeing in the European markets with the European election coming up in France, it's causing a lot of uncertainty, and markets don't like uncertainty. You could see something similar around the U.S. election this fall.
Barbara Reinhardt of Voya Investment Management. Spot gold down $31 the ounce, tumbling 1.3%. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%. WTI 81.05 a barrel. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P up 3, up by 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the Friday trade. Thank you so much, and a very happy Friday to you. That means there's about a week left in the Supreme Court's term, with a number of decisions yet to come down, but we did get a handful this morning, 5 in total, one particularly that was interesting. An 8-1 ruling in which the court upheld a federal law that bans those who have domestic violence restraining orders from owning a firearm. The court, interestingly, in this case, ruled that the Second Amendment is not so broad that it protects the gun rights of those who have been found dangerous. There was only one dissenter in this case, Justice Clarence Thomas. For more now, let's go to June Grosso, who is the host of Bloomberg Law. So, June, I wonder if you were surprised, if not by the ruling itself, by the fact that only one disagreed with it.
It wasn't really surprising after hearing the oral arguments in the case, and also the facts in this case were pretty egregious. It would have been hard to say that this man, Rahimi, it was all right for him to have a gun, because not only was there a domestic violence restraining order against him and he beat up his girlfriend, but he also on 5 different occasions fired a gun in public. He fired an AR-15, I think, into a neighbor's house. So, I mean, the facts were really bad for this case for gun rights enthusiasts. And so the court, during oral arguments, made it pretty clear that most of the justices were going to be on board with this particular restriction on gun rights.
Fascinating that they perhaps had an opportunity to read the Second Amendment in the broadest of terms and chose not to do so. We got a few other decisions as well this morning, June. In one case, the court said that federal courts cannot second-guess visa denials for spouses of American citizens, even if it means they can't live together in the United States. How does this interplay with the executive order that we got from President Biden earlier this week, allowing people who are married to U.S. citizens to stay in the U.S. to figure that process out?
It really doesn't intersect with it, because what President Biden's order is about is, in other words, in a normal case right now, if someone crosses the border illegally and then marries a U.S. citizen, in order to get citizenship, to get the papers moving, the process going, that person has to go back to his or her home country and apply from there. And people don't like to do that because it's very risky to do that, to go to your consular office there. What the president's executive order said was those people, anyone who's married to a U.S. citizen can go through the process in this country. They can remain in this country while they go through the process. It didn't talk about the standard for getting, for being able to get a green card if you're married to a U.S. citizen. So I don't think it really, crosses each other. I think they're separate issues, but it's sort of coincidental that they came out in the same week.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's maybe why people who are less educated and legally minded, like yourself, like me,
No.
How do these things work together?
Well, it's odd because, for example, yesterday there were 3 cases having to do with minor sort of criminal procedure things. And you'd say, well, 3 cases together, that is odd. And I wonder, did the Chief Justice decide, all of a sudden he's going to group certain cases together? I mean, today, according to my count, there were 19 cases outstanding this morning. And I looked at them, 14 of them I considered controversial. And one of them was Rahimi. But the other 4 that came out today were among the non-controversial cases. So still the question, which I think we discussed the other day, is, what are they waiting for? There's a week left. They have only one opinion day scheduled for Wednesday. I assume there'll be more. But if at this rate, will they be able to finish by Friday, which is the usual time that they end?
Yeah, are we going to have to see opinion days added to get these other 14 rulings out, or are they just going to dump them on us all at once? And June, how do you think it factors into the court's mind that one of these days, next Thursday, is a presidential debate in which Donald Trump, who is a subject of one, and kind of by extension two of these cases they have yet to decide. How does that factor into the court's decision on timing, do you think?
Well, it shouldn't factor in. It shouldn't have any, any bearing on, but does it? That's the question. And I've been talking to people because I'm always fascinated, and I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but it's odd that, at the end of each term for the last several years, we get all the controversial cases, basically all of them in the last week, sometimes the last 2 days of opinions. So I do question why they haven't come out with those opinions yet, but I don't think that they're going to consider, the debate is tomorrow. For example, on Wednesday when they give out decisions, the debate is tomorrow, we should come out with this decision or not come out with this decision. I mean, it shouldn't be a factor at all, but it's just hard to know because the Supreme Court, there's no transparency. I mean, people have been saying this for so many years. We only find out about their workings when, for example, a justice, his or her papers are published years and years later. We find out about their workings, or from people who are behind the scenes and will, tell you what goes on. But I mean, it's not transparent, so we don't know what they're doing and how they're doing it and why they're taking so long to do it in this case.
Yeah, well, perhaps one reason is that while there's not transparency, there's not a ton of accountability either if you have a non-legally enforceable ethics code and lifetime appointments.
Not, some would say not any accountability, because as you put it, even the ethics code that they announced last year, we're having an ethics code and they published it and all this stuff. Yeah, but they're the ones that decide, each individual justice, whether or not they're following their ethics code. And that's why when we had the flap about Sam Alito's flags, the Chief Justice refused to get involved. He said it's for each individual justice to decide whether or not to recuse himself or herself. So there is no accountability and almost no transparency.
All right, June Grosso, host of Bloomberg Law, thanks for helping us dissect the court and breaking down these cases for us. We appreciate it. We want to continue this conversation further now and bring in Robert McWhorter, who is a criminal and constitutional law attorney. Welcome back to Balance of Power, sir. Great to have you. If we could just begin with one of the rulings we did get from the court today, which I was just discussing with June, this 8-1 ruling upholding the federal ban on those under domestic violence restraining orders from owning a firearm. They made the decision here that the Second Amendment did not protect this person's rights because he was dangerous. Is that a proper constitutional reading?
Oh, absolutely. It most certainly is. This doesn't conform to Justice Clarence Thomas's view of the Second Amendment and the Constitution, but I think it conforms to what most people in America think and what most legal scholars think. And also there was a divergence of views because there was a lot of concurring opinions of the different justices explaining where they sit on this. And this is going to be a hot issue in other cases coming up. But this case really was the poster child for gun regulation. This is a person, Mr. Remy, who should never have a firearm in this context. And this statute was perfectly appropriate.
So are you surprised that the court could, by such a large majority, to uphold this and not uphold the ban on bump stocks? Just last week, they made that decision that essentially made that void. How does a reading of the Second Amendment factor into that decision differently than it did so in this case?
Well, it's a little hard to conform the two. I'll grant you that. Technically speaking, the bump stock case had to do with the appropriate scope of regulation and what an agency can do, in this case, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm Bureau, and whether they had the power to ban something or not, versus Congress passing a statute. And in this case, this was an actual federal statute that was passed by Congress that banned people who have restraining orders from possessing a firearm. So you can make a technical distinction on that point. But other than that, it's a little hard. I also had reviewed the oral arguments, and looking where the justices came down, they all know that a violent person like this should not have a gun. Now, the court kind of left its declared methodology 2 years ago in a case called Braun, where they said you have to have an analog back from 1789 before you can have a gun regulation. And the Chief Justice kind of stretched that a little bit to say, yeah, they always prevented dangerous people from having guns and whatnot, and therefore that fits. And of course, Justice Thomas called the court out on that. I think that the court's decision in Braun is really a little absurd in the modern world. If you extend Braun as far as it can go, and as far as I think where Clarence Thomas would want to go, you could only regulate muskets and swords. And I don't think that's what the Constitution says or what it should say, but that's kind of where that is.
Of course, we're still waiting to hear where the court is on a number of other, 14, in fact, other rulings they have to make, including on Donald Trump's question of presidential immunity. I'm not sure when we'll get an answer on that. That, of course, is most applicable for the case brought against him here in Washington by special counsel Jack Smith. But Jack Smith brought a different case against Donald Trump as well, Robert, down in Florida, where Judge Aileen Cannon is presiding over it, the documents case. And today, Judge Cannon is holding the first in what's going to be a multi-day hearing looking into a question Trump has raised, an argument that Jack Smith was unlawfully appointed as a special counsel. Is there any legal bearing to that argument? And if not, why is there a 3-day hearing being held on it?
Well, that's the open question. Why is there a hearing like this on an argument that should not get that much attention? That's not to say that Judge Cannon may not grant Trump what he wants. Realize this whole argument was raised during the appointment of Robert Mueller years ago, and it's been floated around in certain conservative legal circles as a potential argument. It's a pretty weak argument. I mean, the essence of the argument is that anybody appointed to prosecute cases like this has to have some kind of review by Congress and appointed by the Senate or confirmed by the Senate, et cetera, et cetera. And that's just absurd. I mean, there are hundreds of prosecutors, if not thousands, appointed by the Attorney General, in this case, Merrick Garland, to fulfill the jobs of prosecuting federal cases. And this just happens to be a special prosecutor. And the argument that it has to have some special kind of incantation before the Attorney General can appoint a special prosecutor is, I think, simply a weak argument. The fact that Judge Cannon is given it this amount of time shows that she's slow walking the entire case, and she's doing something even extraordinary. Look, you raise a legal argument in a criminal trial, which I've done thousands of times in my career. You go in and you argue the case, and the prosecutor argues against it, one side and the other. She has invited independent groups to come in and present arguments on this question, which is going to extend this thing for days, when it should be a simple decision on her part that she should actually just read the pleadings and deny it. But this is going to extend it, which, quite frankly, is exactly what Donald Trump wants. He just wants this continued. He thinks he becomes president of the United States, and he just fires Jack Smith, and the whole thing goes away.
So it all becomes a question of the timeline. And given you just said that Aileen Cannon, in your mind, is slow walking this, it also raises the question, though, of if Jack Smith, too, moved too slowly, both in that case in Florida and the case here in Washington, did he just bring them too late, too close for the election, that there was too much margin for error on that timeline?
Oh, absolutely not. I think Jack Smith prepared a careful indictment after doing careful investigation. There was plenty of time to have tried these cases. And in fact, this case should have gone to trial months ago, but for Judge Cannon's agreeing to give massive hearings to what are throwaway issues from the defense. If it wasn't for the judge delaying this case would have already been tried, as would the other. So really, I think this is just all on the judge. I think this is a judge who is not fair, and she has shown herself to be in above her head. And so she's having all these long arguments, et cetera. And this case certainly could have brought. I have tried more complicated cases than these, which have gone to trial within a few weeks or months and not have to have this absurd delay that basically gives the defense exactly what the defense wants. Not a win, but a delay.
Robert, we just have about a minute left, but should this case have been brought in Washington rather than in Florida?
Well, I'm guessing a lot of people on the Smith team are thinking exactly that. The general custom is that you bring the case in the situs where the event occurred, but there is federal jurisdiction, especially because of the nature of these documents being of national scope, that he could have brought them in the District of Columbia or in other districts adjacent or various other parts because of the national nature. Yes, he could have done that. And he may be thinking he should have done it, but this is the case we have, and this is the judge that we're stuck with.
Yep, too late now. Robert McWhorter, criminal and constitutional law attorney, thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on Balance of Power. We appreciate it. And of course, while all of these different legal challenges for Donald Trump continue to play out, they do so in the context of an ongoing presidential campaign. And yet Donald Trump is making a lot of money off these legal issues, his conviction netting him a nice fundraising haul in the month of May. And Joe Biden's is not looking as strong in comparison. We'll run through the latest figures from the FEC with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here. Bloomberg, we have got the Dow lower, the S&P higher, little change. NASDAQ up 53 right now, up by about 0.3%. Stocks gaining as NVIDIA almost erases an earlier plunge with a pile of options expiring today, threatening to trigger sudden price swings. Indeed, has been a volatile session so far. We got NVIDIA right now down 0.7%, well off session lows. S&P up 3, little changed, up less than 0.1%. The Dow now lower by 11, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 51, up by just about 0.3%. 10-year, 4.26%. The 2-year, 4.73%. Gold down 1.4%, 23.26 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%, 80.76 for a barrel of WTI. 4 of the biggest banks on Wall Street will have to improve their blueprints for a hypothetical wind down after top regulators in Washington found weaknesses in their plans. Those 4 banks, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup. Recapping, S&P up 3, up by about 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Here she is with the Friday edition, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet taking a look at the way money is moving in financial markets today. I am Kaylee Lines in Washington, where I'm taking a look at the way money is moving in this presidential campaign, because we got fresh filings from the FEC out overnight. The month of May is in, and what a story those figures tell. Joe Biden and the DNC outraised by Trump and the RNC for the 2nd month in a row. And here are the figures. Biden and the Democratic Party pulled in $85 million. It's actually a pretty respectable figure ordinarily. The thing is, you have to contrast that with what Donald Trump and the RNC pulled in, and it was $141 million. Of course, a lot of that coming after his criminal conviction in New York last month. So here for more on the figures and what exactly they mean for the trajectory of these campaigns. Joining me is Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson. She is Washington's senior editor for us and is here with me in studio. So, Wendy, we've been talking this whole cycle thus far about this massive cash cushion that Biden had, something that could work to his advantage against Donald Trump. What happens when that cushion isn't so cushiony anymore?
Well, it still is pretty cushiony at the moment. Biden still has much more money than Donald Trump, although he is narrowing that gap. And when he does have that much more money, there will be a tremendous ad buy. He's already starting to spend, Trump is starting to spend more money on advertising. Biden has been spending the money strategically. He's been holding back. He held back all through the primary season. There was no reason for him to campaign. So he just kept collecting more, millions of dollars after millions of dollars. And now he's starting to go all out, both allied super PACs and the campaign itself. And Trump was always behind, and so wasn't spending as much money. Now Trump will be able to maybe save a little money and be more strategic than what he's been doing, which is collecting the money and spending it because he so desperately needed the money to campaign.
Well, and of course, a lot of this money was event-driven in a sense, in that it came after he was convicted on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. There is one person who donated $50 million to the MAGA Inc. PAC as a result of that event. So I guess it raises the question of whether Donald Trump is going to be able to count on continually raising these kind of figures month in and month out, or if it is going to be much more centered around events like, say, his sentencing in July.
Exactly. Well, it's interesting that you bring up Timothy Mellon's contribution, the $50 million, because Trump is getting large donations from people like that. And to be clear, it is illegal to donate that much to a campaign. This is donated to a super PAC that can then spend the money. But so Timothy Mellon's $50 million, he goes to Wall Street, he courts them, he promises them lower taxes and things like that. And he's been getting these tremendous contributions. That's necessary for Trump because his base can do a $25 online contribution once, maybe twice, and then they really stop being able to spend money on political campaigns just because they don't have that much money to spare. Biden is at least boasting, the campaign is boasting to us, that they had their 2nd strongest month of grassroots fundraising. So they're getting a lot of small donations, whereas Trump is now collecting a lot from billionaires. In the end, it's all cash, it all spends the same way, but as a measure of support, perhaps this is a good sign for Biden.
Of course, we should disclose that Biden is pulling in money from billionaires as well, including Michael Bloomberg, who's the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, who donated several $1 million to a group supporting Biden. So you've got the billionaire backers, you've got the grassroots backers that they're kind of fighting over. But to the point you were making initially, it's not just about how you raise the money, it's about how you spend it. And given that we are in such a lengthy election cycle, that these have been the presumptive nominees for months, we still have a long way to go. So how are we seeing the campaigns try to think about spending over the course of the election cycle versus doing it in June or July, in the summer months before a lot of people have really started paying attention.
Well, they have a very smart team on both sides, I'm sure, that are trying to figure that out. But it's like, Biden has to win the blue wall states. And so I feel bad for people who live in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, because they're going to see nothing but Trump and Biden ads on their TVs from now on and online. So those states are going to be inundated. States where the race is tight, where they think the race is tightening, where they need a particular block, like Latino voters or black voters. Trump is on this campaign right now to increase his support with black voters. And so you will see shows that are predominantly watched by African Americans get Trump ads. You will see media markets where there is a lot of Trump support or black voters getting Trump ads. In fact, he's going to North Philadelphia tomorrow, which is a black area of Philadelphia, to campaign and build that up.
So he's doing that tomorrow. We got some interesting reporting out of CBS this morning that after the debate next week, the debate is Thursday night, on Friday, he's going to go campaign in Virginia, in the Hampton Roads area. We have heard repeatedly from Donald Trump and for others that he's spoken with that he thinks Virginia is in play. Does making a visit to that state in particular the morning after the debate, when you're trying to do the spin, show that maybe he really does believe that?
He absolutely, I think, believes that. He's going to work very hard for that state. He thinks he can win New Jersey. He even talked about winning New York. I mean, these are traditional blue strongholds. Virginia's always been a little mixed, but these are other strongholds where he's deciding to make a play. And I think going there after the debate, he should hope he does very well. And he will certainly spin it as doing well. No matter how Biden performs, he will say Biden looked like an old man and didn't do very well. But he will do that. The interesting thing is that the area we believe he's going to, which is the Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach area, it has two kinds of populations. One are those black voters I talked about, and the other are military voters who tend to be more conservative. So there he is shoring up his traditional base and trying to expand it. So it's not a bad move.
Yeah, so you got the choice of location, then you have the questions around the message he will bring there, how he talks about the events of the night before, which is the debate. The idea that there is opportunity for Donald Trump to be able to spin this in his favor, or at least have the bar lowered for himself, comes from the rules that were agreed to. The idea that there is no live audience, something that we know the former president does very well with. He's able to feed off of. There is a mute button, so we won't be seeing necessarily the same kind of experience we got in the first debate in 2020, where they were constantly talking over each other. How does it change the nature of the beast as these two candidates are preparing this week?
Well, I think it's fascinating, and I honestly can't wait to watch Thursday.
You and me both.
Yeah, because Donald Trump with a mute button. I mean, with somebody muting Donald Trump live, it's going to be a really interesting experience. It will mean he has to speak in a disciplined way. He can't just go on and on and on as he tends to do. He will have to come up with those short sound bites that most politicians have down, and he really doesn't. Biden is going to spend the entire week at Camp David preparing for this debate. He is probably going to learn a lot of those short sentences that he can do. But, he's a traditional politician. He knows how to speak in sound bites. To watch Donald Trump do it will be really interesting, and it'll be really interesting to watch his frustration grow as he is muted multiple times.
Yeah, it would be very difficult to be a moderator in this debate.
I feel bad
the ability
for
to control that mute button, you probably will end up being blamed for being unfair to one or the other
I'm quite sure that will happen.
At some point. Before we let you go, Wendy, this whole idea around the debate as well is in consideration of the fact that Donald Trump is 78 newly, Joe Biden is 81. These are incredibly old candidates. They're the oldest certainly to ever debate head-to-head against each other like this. So is it even going to matter what they say, or that they just don't mess up while saying it, that they show enough energy while saying it?
Well, exactly. And they're both playing the expectation game right now. They have to show up, express themselves in coherent, complete sentences, and then make the other guy look bad, which is what, these debates are always about. But you're absolutely right. The bar is low for Biden. He has to be energetic. He has to look like he's present. He has to, answer questions without losing a train of thought. And for Donald Trump, it's very much the same thing, although Donald Trump has that sort of free-floating style that sort of masks when he messes things up, like referring to Nancy Pelosi as another candidate. I can't even remember who it was, or getting the name of his own doctor wrong.
Yeah.
You know, he does those gaffes, but they're a part of his freewheeling sort of stream of consciousness speech, and it doesn't seem as stark as when Biden does it.
So much to look forward to.
So much.
Next Thursday night. Bloomberg Senior Washington Editor Wendy Benjaminson, thank you so much. And for all of those watching on YouTube, listening on radio, you can find full coverage of that debate here next Thursday. We'll have special programming from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern. We will carry that CNN debate live on Bloomberg TV and radio from 9 to 10:30, and we'll wrap things up until 11 p.m. So make sure to join us then. It's certainly going to be a night that brings a lot. Meanwhile, on this Friday, we are having some news crossing the wire. A redhead just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Apple will not roll out AI features in the EU this year because of the bloc's regulatory attempts to rein in big tech. Apparently, Apple, according to our reporting, has concerns about that, announcing today it would block the release of Apple Intelligence, which is the iPhone mirroring and SharePlay screen sharing from users in the EU this year because of the Digital Markets Act. They're concerned about the interoperability requirements. Apparently, a little bit of reaction to Apple shares off the back of this, still up by about 0.4%, but off the highs of the session. So that is a story we will continue to follow for you. Meanwhile, Amy Morris following a lot of stories in world and national news. So let's go to her now in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. The justices upheld a gun ban in domestic violence cases. The case is U.S. versus Rahimi. Zaki Rahimi was the subject of a protective order in Texas and was prohibited from going near his ex-girlfriend, and it also prohibited him from having a gun. He argued the law violated his Second Amendment rights. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the majority opinion saying that firearm laws include provisions preventing people from misusing firearms. The vote is 8-1 with Justice Clarence Thomas dissenting. Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg Radio, is a donor to groups that support gun control, including Everytown for Gun Safety. 14 more decisions are pending, including Donald Trump's immunity claim. Another case, the Supreme Court said federal courts cannot second-guess visa denials for spouses of American citizens, even if it means the couple can't live together in the U.S. The court ruled that a U.S. citizen does not have a liberty interest in having their spouse admitted into the country. A heat wave is moving closer to the breaking point from the Midwest to New England. There is no immediate relief in sight for much of the rest of the country. The National Weather Service says the heat and humidity could send heat index readings above 100 degrees in many locations, including New York, Boston, and Washington, D.C., breaking some all-time records. New York, New Jersey, D.C., Boston, all extending into parts of the Midwest under heat advisories throughout the rest of this weekend, starting right now. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pelletan. We begin with a developing story headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. Apple is withholding a raft of new technologies from hundreds of millions of consumers in the European Union, citing concerns posed by the bloc's regulatory attempts to rein in big technology. Apple shares, they are holding on to gains up now by 0.3%. Stocks edging higher, little change right now on the S&P, up by 1 point, 54.73. We've got the Dow advancing 1 point, little change there. NASDAQ up 31, a gain of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.25% with a 2-year 4.73%. Gold down $34 the ounce to $23.25. Right now we've got gold down 1.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 80.63 a barrel on WTI. There's fresh evidence today that America's economy is poised to lose momentum. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
A gauge of the U.S. economic outlook, the index of leading indicators dropped again in May. That's the fourth decline so far this year. Factory orders, consumer expectations, and applications for building permits accounted for much of the weakness. Orders for consumer products barely budged as Americans contend with inflation, high interest rates, and in many cases, drained bank accounts. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
American Express has agreed to acquire Talk for $400 million from Squarespace, adding a service that will help customers book dining and other hard-to-get reservations at exclusive venues. American Express down 0.5%. Squarespace up 0.2%. Recapping, S&P little changed, up by 0.5 point. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here she is, your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York running us through some of the numbers today. Meanwhile, I've got a number of my own for you. 32%. That is how much the key swing state of Arizona has seen its GDP expand since 2021. This is according to data compiled by Bloomberg, and that data suggests this is the first time that the state's growth has surpassed the rest of the country when measured on an annual basis. It's all pointed out in a new Bloomberg opinion column out today, authored by our very own Matt Winkler, Bloomberg editor-in-chief emeritus, who is joining me now from our New York studio. Matt, is a great piece looking at what is a critical swing state in this election. And you write that Arizona is a peerless performer among those 7 so-called swing states. A lot of that, you say, is because it has benefited so greatly from the various legislative accomplishments of this administration, be it the CHIPS Act or the infrastructure bill. So why is Biden still behind in the polls there?
Well, good to be with you. And the simple answer is that this economic superlative that we're talking about isn't until today in any print, digital, or broadcast media, which is why any appreciation of the Arizona boom doesn't appear in polls showing Joe Biden right now a few points behind Donald Trump in this critical state in their November rematch. But the data is ubiquitous and really inescapable. I mean, it shows up everywhere. For example, the stock market value of Arizona's semiconductor companies, those are the companies based in the state, surged to 16% of the publicly traded firms based in the state from 10% in 2020. Microchip is one of the stars. It's increased 24% over the period in workforce, and it's rallied 148% in market value on a 43% increase in sales. So that's just one among many companies. Arizona already hosts the largest chip makers in the world: Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, Intel, ON Semiconductor Corp, NXP. So there's a lot going on in Arizona right now that is transforming the state. However, if you read the local media, the national media, anybody's media, none of that is getting reported, not on a daily basis, monthly basis. So here we are at Bloomberg. Every problem is an opportunity, and we took the chance to cover this stuff. But by the way, you don't have to take our word for it. There are something called the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia's U.S. coincident indexes, and they look at literally everything: non-farm, payroll, employment, average hours worked in manufacturing, and they all do it through the Consumer Price Index. So if you're worried about inflation, you want to know, even with inflation, how does Arizona come out? And it is superior in the past 3.5 years to what it was in the 4 years under Trump. So that's the data, and here's hoping we share it with all concerned, and maybe people will appreciate it.
Well, certainly the data is important, Matt, but is the data as important as feeling when we're talking about an election? The statistics could look great. We know that inflation is going down, that the job market is resilient. Unemployment has remained below 4% for the longest stretch of time, in decades at least, if not in modern history. And yet people don't feel well about this economy.
Well, you're
and
talking
you see that
about
consistently across polling.
Okay, you're talking about what we would call iridescent vibes. And the polls lead the news, but such reporting of the polls fails to say explicitly that these same surveys include people, lots of people, a lot of Republicans, who insist Biden lost the 2020 election. He won by a record number of votes. So if you're polling those people who say Biden lost in 2020 when we know he got more votes than any other president-elect in American history, you have to look at the polls with some amount of skepticism, which is vital context, and it's not even in anybody's reporting. So that's for the polls. And by the way, let's contrast what the polls do when they ask people like you and me who live in Arizona, so how are you doing? And they all say, we're doing fine. It's up like 70%. If you look at, say, Pew, which does ask that question, there's a huge discrepancy between the people who say the economy's terrible, but I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. We do see that consistently. People feel so much better about their situation or even their local situation than they do at the state and therefore national level. The broader the basket gets, it seems, the worse that they feel. So much of the disconnect between administration policy and what polls suggest voters are feeling, and your point is very well taken on the many caveats that polls come from, has been blamed on the idea that so many of these investments this administration has made have not yet been fully realized. These are investments that could take place over the span of years. In Arizona specifically, Matt, how much is already being felt compared to what will be felt far out into the future, where the full fruition of those investments comes to bear?
Well, you said it right at the outset of your program, which is name a state, name a country whose GDP has appreciated 32% in less than 4 years. There isn't one. That's about as powerful an exclamation point to your question about, when are we going to see the effect of these legislative initiatives? And the answer is we already are. If you look at the average salary of the semiconductor industry in Arizona, for example, it's way above the national average today. And it wasn't 4.5 years ago. So those are telltale signs that what has been voted on is already having an impact on people for the better. And the best is yet to come. I mean, it's just going to keep going.
All right, Matt Winkler, Bloomberg Editor-in-Chief Emeritus, thank you so much for joining us on Balance of Power. And you can check out that piece online or on the terminal. His opinion piece, Arizona Boom is the Biden signal in the Trump noise. So make sure to check it out and get all of the details that Matt was mentioning there. We want to bring in now for some reaction our political panel. Rick Davis is with me here in studio in Washington, D.C. He's Stone Court Capital Partner. And joining us from New York is Jeannie Shanzino, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center of the Study of the Presidency and Congress. So, Rick, first to you, because you obviously know the state of Arizona incredibly well. What did you make of what we just heard Matt say, that it has so benefited from all of these legislative accomplishments from this administration? Growth is booming, and yet people aren't enthusiastic about Biden.
Yeah, I think that it kind of goes to with what you were saying to Matt, which is it's not so much what's happening on the ground. It's undeniable what Matt's statistics show, and you can see it on the ground. I mean, things are booming in Arizona when you're there. I'm there every couple of weeks, and it's an economic miracle. There's nothing less you can say about it. And but it's how people feel. And even though their own personal situation is reported in the polls as being good, things are more expensive than they were 4 years ago, right? You know, a dinner out costs you $20 more, groceries almost $400 more. So a family of four doesn't have the same basis to work from. I would say part of what is influenced by all this too is because it's such a economic hotbed, there's been a massive amount of immigration. And that is changing politics in the state. And Maricopa County, which makes up Phoenix and most of the surrounding area, is one of the largest counties in America, and it's only getting bigger while others are getting smaller. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a political dynamic that I think is going to take place in this election, regardless of the fact that it has the most aggressive, successful economy of any of the swing states.
So to expand more, Jeannie, on this point of the feeling versus the data, the point that Matt was making essentially was that if people aren't reading about it frequently, if the media is not characterizing things in a way that makes people feel good, maybe it feeds into that. Is that where the connecting of the dots is missing for the Biden administration, tying those legislative accomplishments to actual outcomes? Because even if people are feeling it, they're certainly not giving him credit for it.
That's right. And I'm so glad you talked to Matt, because this is such an important piece. And this division you're talking about what the data have long shown us and how people are reacting in polls, is something we've all been grappling with. The Biden team has been grappling with. And I think, part of this is about what we hear and see repeatedly in the media. But we are seeing some positive signs, if you think about it from the perspective of the Biden team, I should say. And one of those is the Fox News poll. Donald Trump has melted down a couple times in the last 48 hours on this poll, blaming Paul Ryan, of all people, who's on the board of Fox, for the poll. But why is he melting down? Because for the first time, this poll is showing, national poll close, but it's showing Joe Biden's numbers on the economy have been ticking up. And that is critically important. His numbers in almost every question they asked about the economy are far better than they were last summer, and even as the Fox poll goes back to May. So there is some mild optimism out there that the Biden team has been able to make inroads on this question of trying to bridge this divide between the actual data and how people say in polls they are feeling.
Of course, there are many who would say a national poll, maybe not what you should look at. You look at the specific state polls, including key swing states like Arizona, for what they're signaling, because they ultimately could decide the election. And Rick, we've been thinking about those swing states as just being a group of 7, Arizona inclusive. But Donald Trump has been arguing perhaps the basket of winnable states for him that are toss-ups is much larger than that, including the state of Virginia. CBS is reporting that next week, after the debate on Thursday night, on Friday, Donald Trump's going to go to Hampton Roads. Hasn't fully decided the location yet, but the state of Virginia for his day after victory or spin lap, whatever you want to call it. What do you make of that choice?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think he's looking at the options to win, and he probably sees the strength of the Biden campaign starting to fill in places like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. These are getting harder and harder for Donald Trump to win. In the last 2 weeks, we've seen polling after polling in those states showing that Biden is actually now ahead and solidifying some of that base. So he can't win if Biden wins those states and everything else remains the same as 2020. So he needs to put some other state in play to make that possible. And, arguably the early polls, which you don't want to get too attached to, have shown a competitive race in Virginia. But Virginia, at probably the height of the summer polling for Donald Trump, and since his prosecution and conviction on 34 counts of federal crimes, we have noticed there is a slow drip of decline in Donald Trump's polling. So, this is kind of equivalent to the Democrats saying, we're going to put Florida in play.
Sure.
The reality is Virginia is a better argument for Republicans to put it in play, but it's a very blue state. All the statewide office holders are, Democrats. It's going to be hard for Donald Trump to do that, and he's got to watch out for not saying, oh, by the way, we're gonna expand the use of our resources. We're going to spend money there. That's the real question. Not if he just drops in and holds an event, but does he start running TV in Northern Virginia? And that's when we'll see it really go in play.
Jeannie, we just got 20 seconds left, but is Virginia really in play in your mind?
I'm not sure it's actually in play, but there's also a strong military base there in that Hamptons Road area. So he does have supporters there. And of course, in an election this close, if he can hold down Joe Biden's support among Black, particularly young men, that could be a big blow to Joe Biden. So it is a move. I don't know how much money, to Rick's point, they're going to spend on it.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis will be back with me in our second hour, where we have much more to discuss. So stay with us on Balance of Power.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, where we're following two stories at this hour: the Supreme Court and the presidential race. With less than 1 week to go until the first presidential debate, we have new fundraising figures that show Donald Trump outraised Joe Biden by more than $50 million in the month of May. We'll have more with Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy and our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, this hour. Plus, as the Supreme Court upholds a federal ban on those with domestic violence restraining orders from owning firearms, we'll talk with Elizabeth Wydra of the Constitutional Accountability Center. First, though, as always, let's get a check on the markets with Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee. We're looking at a mixed market right now. Truth be told, stocks struggling for direction right now. The S&P swinging between gains and losses. Right now, the S&P down 5, down 0.1%. The Dow up 13, higher by about 0.1%. Nasdaq lower by 9, a drop there of just about 0.1%. We've got NVIDIA shares on a roller coaster ride today. The stock now lower by 2.4%. 10-year 4.25% with the 2-year 4.73%. Gold now down $35 the ounce to $23.24, down 1.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 80.60 right now for a barrel of WTI. Apple shares up 0.2%. Apple will be withholding a raft of new technologies from hundreds of millions of consumers in the European Union, citing concerns posed by the bloc's regulatory attempts to rein in big technology. Again, Apple up now by 0.2%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P down 6 now, drop of 0.1%. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York. Thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lines in Washington, and you're listening to Bloomberg TV and radio, watching it and listening to it, that is. And of course, here at Bloomberg, we care a lot about the data, including what the data tells us about the way people are funneling money to candidates in this presidential election cycle. We've got fresh figures from the Federal Election Commission, and what a story those numbers tell. This is for the month of May, and there was a wide fundraising gap between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. For his part, Biden, together with the DNC, raised $85 million last month, while Trump and the RNC, powered in part by a galvanizing of his base after his criminal conviction in New York last month, pulled in a significantly more robust $141 million. So here with more on the numbers and their significance is Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy. He is Bloomberg's senior White House and politics correspondent, joining me here in our DC studio. So Gregory, obviously, if you're the Biden campaign, $85 million isn't a small amount. In fact, it's actually significantly larger than they raised in April. It's just that it's smaller than Trump. So what happens if this begins to establish a pattern that's a reverse of what we'd seen so far this cycle? Biden outraising Trump, now it's the other way around.
Yeah, 2 months ago, I think you and I were sitting here and we were talking about how, it was Trump who had all the fundraising problems. He had been reliant on small dollar donors. He had squeezed all the blood he could out of that turnip. We were talking about donor fatigue. People just can't keep giving Trump money. Whereas Biden was doing pretty well among those small dollar donors and among the big donors as well. And boy, 2 months later, it does look like we're looking at the mirror image of that. And what changed, as you point out, I think certainly, and we've seen this all along, Trump's legal issues have become a galvanizing force for his supporters. So if you're Joe Biden and you've lost the fundraising race 2 consecutive months, now you got to be looking towards June and July when former President Trump is going to go back to that courtroom again to be sentenced. And you kind of have to think the more severe the sentence, the better the fundraising bonanza it's going to be for Donald Trump. Yeah. And now we're talking about a whole new ballgame in terms of the ability to raise and spend money.
Yeah. Do you see something in July 11th and the 48 hours after, like we saw at the end of May with that conviction? Also keeping in mind that immediately following is the RNC, something that also could be a galvanizing force. You mentioned, though, this idea that there is a difference between those grassroots, small dollar donors and the big guys, the big fish, the billionaires, who we also like to pay a lot of attention to here at Bloomberg. All the billionaires that seem to be on the sidelines, not really willing to throw in for Donald Trump, no longer seem to have as many reservations, and they're starting to put money in the pot.
Yeah, we saw this during the primaries where a lot of those names were looking for some kind of alternative, a more business-friendly face on Trumpism, somebody who could beat Joe Biden. Certainly, there's not a whole lot of love for Joe Biden's economic policies and his tax policies on Wall Street. He's talking about a billionaire tax, right? And so, but they were looking for somebody who they thought could beat Biden and maybe was a little bit more, spoke their language, right? That ship has sailed. Right? Trump is going to be the nominee at the convention in Milwaukee next month, barring some completely unforeseen circumstance. And so, yeah, they're rallying around the guy that they think can beat Biden, as flawed as they perceive him to be.
Of course, raising money from wherever you do is one thing. Spending it is something else. How are we likely to see spending behavior change for both campaigns, given the fundraising trends that we're seeing?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking very closely at Trump's spending in the next few weeks, because one of the things we've seen is, Biden has been out there. Biden and the Democrats have been on TV in all or most of the swing states, especially Pennsylvania, for the past few months. They've actually longer than that. The beginning of last year, they were up in the air on a lot of these swing states. Trump was on the air during the Republican primaries in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in South Carolina. After South Carolina, he clinched the nomination. We didn't really hear from him. And he has not really cut a new ad anywhere that we've seen on TV since then. Biden has continued not only to advertise in real time, but also to reserve time in September and October. That's going to be very important as we get to those last weeks of the campaign, because there's going to be a real scarcity of ad time to be bought. And so campaigns generally like to get that time reserved and booked and put down their deposit well in advance to make sure that they can be on the air, because in a state like Nevada, you will not see a non-political ad in the month of October. Car dealers, mattress companies won't be able to buy a spot because it's just going to be so jam-packed with political ads. And so we need to start watching to see who starts to put their markers down.
It raises the question, though, of what it's all worth. Why even spend the money on the ads when these are two candidates who have probably as close to perfection in terms of name ID as any two before them? It's a former president and a current president, right? You don't need to buy the name ID. So what can you buy if not that?
That's a really, really good point, Kaylee. And not only is this going to be the most expensive election campaign ever, but we can probably expect it to be the most negative ever. And it's precisely because of what you're talking about. It's not just about defining your opponent, but because these guys are so well known, there's not a whole lot new that you can say about Trump's policies or Biden's policies that's going to move the needle here. The ads have to be that the other candidate is completely disqualified, right? Biden because of his age, Trump because of his criminal convictions. And that's what we're going to be hearing about from now until November, because it's not, these aren't comparison ads. These aren't, well, this guy is marginally better than the other on this policy or on this character attribute. It's that this guy we cannot trust this guy to run the country.
And certainly after Donald Trump's conviction, you saw the Biden campaign almost immediately rolling out an ad that calls into focus the idea that Donald Trump is a convicted felon, so immediately trying to capitalize on it. Going to be really negative, to your point, Gregory Cordy, Bloomberg senior White House and politics correspondent, rather. Thank you so much for joining me in studio. Now, some other messaging we have seen from the Biden campaign thus far not only surrounds Donald Trump being unqualified for office, but the idea that if Trump is reelected or gets a second turn at the White House, he also would have the power to potentially nominate more conservative Supreme Court justices. And the Supreme Court certainly is in focus as we are in the final stretch here of this term. Just 1 week to go, 14 opinions that they still have to hand down, and they did drop 5 today. One of them, particularly interesting, an 8-1 decision to uphold the ban on a federal law that bars people under domestic violence restraining orders from owning a firearm. So we want to get more on this case and the cases that we have yet to get a ruling on, and bring in Elizabeth Wydra. She is president of the Constitutional Accountability Center and a Supreme Court litigator. Elizabeth, welcome back to Balance of Power. Great to have you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. What the court decided in this gun case specifically was that there isn't a way to read the Second Amendment so broadly to allow for someone who has been found to be dangerous to own a gun. Is that constitutionally sound?
Absolutely. So, as you noted, the case was 8-1. Only Justice Thomas dissented, and that really shows the soundness of the constitutional analysis finding this regulation of domestic abusers to be constitutional. and also just the common sense behind it. You know, the Second Amendment obviously states a constitutional right. The Supreme Court has held that that right is not unlimited. And although the Supreme Court 2 years ago in a case out of New York called Bruin said that there had to be some sort of historical similarity in order for a present day gun regulation to pass constitutional muster, there didn't need to be an exact historical twin. And Chief Justice Roberts, in the opinion that was released today, said that in that Bruin decision from 2 years ago, they weren't trying to create a law trapped in amber, that there could be circumstances when there wasn't an exact historical twin, like in this case with domestic abusers, and that didn't mean that the law must be struck down. If it fit with the purposes and the traditions that went into firearm regulation at the time of the founding and the drafting of the Second Amendment, then it could be constitutional. And here the court said, yes, this restriction on domestic abusers having firearms is constitutional under the Second Amendment.
Elizabeth, surely there are people out there who may just have some questions around the idea that the court could rule this way by such a wide majority, as we've pointed out, 8-1, on a case involving guns, having just last week shot down the federal ban on bump stocks. And if all of this surrounds the idea of danger, something that could be attached to a weapon, making it more dangerous, how are these cases so separate, if you will, that the court could rule so differently on each of them?
Well, that's a really good question. And I think that it's correct for the American people to be watching the Supreme Court and scratching their heads a little bit. You know, I think that there should be no mistake. This court and its very conservative majority has been very pro Second Amendment, has looked extremely skeptically on gun regulations. And we saw that in the bump stock case where, you know, if you read the dissents of the more liberal justices, common sense would seem to suggest a different ruling in that case, as well as an analysis of the text and history of the relevant provisions. You know, I think what makes the case today about domestic abusers different is that it is such an extreme argument. You know, you have a person who is subject to a domestic violence restraining order, who has been found to pose a physical threat to another person and therefore is going to be disarmed under that restraining order. You know, this is a very extreme case of someone seeking to or presenting a clear threat of physical harm, and that's why the gun can be taken away or the firearms can be taken away. And the court today looked through historical analogs that showed that when there's a clear threat of physical violence, people can be disarmed, consistent with the right to keep and bear arms. One thing I thought was interesting that Justice Sotomayor noted in her concurring opinion, she agreed with the majority, but also wrote to separately say, you know, part of the reason why you don't want to look for a historical twin back to the 1700s is that, you know, there are differences, importantly, in how society has evolved today. In fact, if you look to the time of the founding, you're probably much more likely to find legal protections for spouses who abuse their wives and not accountability. Yeah. And so the fact that today the court said, look, we're looking at the principles, we're looking at the reasons behind why the Second Amendment could be consistent with disarming a person who poses a threat, that's the key point.
Well, there's also the question of the court having to rule on situations for which there is no historical precedent, like a former president being accused of many felonies and claiming presidential immunity. That is a decision we have yet to get out of this court. They need to do so within the next week, Elizabeth, and it's raised a lot of questions for people about timing, knowing that the ability for this particular case here in Washington to go to trial before the election in November really does hinge on an outcome here for the Supreme Court. What do you make of the idea that we've waited so long to get an answer and we'll wait at least days more still?
The timing is absolutely key for this decision. You know, the court could have taken the issue up earlier. Jack Smith, representing the United States in his role as special counsel, brought it to the court earlier, saying please rule on this so we can move forward with our case in the interest of justice and the American people can have some resolution before the election in the interest of democracy. The court said, no, we want to wait. Then the court did take up the case. They scheduled expedited argument date, and then we waited. And it seemed from the oral argument and just from the weight of the scholarship and the legal precedent that President Trump's immunity arguments will fail as a substantive matter. They're extraordinary arguments that would place him above the law in a way that has never been before countenanced in our American legal system and constitutional democracy. So the fact that the court hasn't issued that decision, it could basically give former President Trump a win through timing, even if he doesn't get a win on the merits.
Of course, you raised special counsel Jack Smith. He not only brought that case against Trump here in Washington, he also brought the case down in Florida, the documents case. And in Florida today, Elizabeth, before we let you go, Judge Aileen Cannon is holding the first in what is going to be multiple days of hearings related to an argument that Trump and his defense have brought that special counsel Jack Smith was unlawfully appointed as such. Is there any reading of the law that would suggest that he was not appointed in accordance with it?
I think this is a desperate attempt by the Trump legal team to, again, create more delays, although it seems like that case is perpetually delayed. There's really no there in that case. I think a lot of what he's doing with some of his legal strategy is, again, these delay tactics, which, frankly, have been fairly successful for him in running out the clock in other cases.
And of course, Judge Aileen Cannon, we should point out, was a Trump appointee, just as there are multiple justices sitting on the Supreme Court who are Trump appointees. When you look at the delay in that case in Florida, when you look at the delay all the way up to the highest court in the land, Elizabeth, should people not feel that courts are political, even if they're not supposed to be? Or is it impossible to separate the two in the modern day?
I think it is getting increasingly difficult for the American people to separate politics from justice. And that is deeply unfortunate because it's really important for the judiciary to have the faith and trust from the people that there will be impartial justice, that there will be equal justice under the law for all, regardless of whether you're the most powerful or the most vulnerable. And I think we saw the American public's faith in the court plummet with the Dobbs decision overruling Roe versus Wade. And a lot of these delays, I think, in this Trump case are not really helping build back trust in the court, as well as some of the ethics potential violations that have been in the news and the court's continued refusal to enact a binding code of ethics. They have a voluntary code of ethics that was put in place this term, but doesn't really seem to be giving the public much more confidence in the court. So there is a real crisis of confidence in the court, and it's extremely troubling.
All right, Elizabeth Wydra, Constitutional Accountability Center President and Supreme Court litigator, thank you for joining us here on Balance of Power.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Triple Witching Friday, in which derivatives contracts tied to equities, index options, and futures mature. We have got the Dow bouncing around, swinging between gains and losses right now, down higher by 2 points, little change there. S&P in the red, down 9, struggling for direction, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 30, a drop there of 0.2%. 10-year, 4.26%, with the 2-year, 4.73%. Gold down $39 the ounce to $23.20, a drop of 1.7%, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, $80.65 a barrel. NVIDIA shares now down by 3%. They're extending losses for a second consecutive session after briefly overtaking Microsoft and Apple to claim the title of the world's most valuable company. Again, NVIDIA down now by 3.1%. Recapping, S&P down 10, drop there of 0.1%. Balance of Power continues, the Friday edition. Back we go to Washington, and once again your host. Here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, where I might be getting a bit repetitive, so just bear with me. But these figures are very important. We have the May fundraising figures from the FEC. They've hit in the last 24 hours. And this is the money game in the presidential election cycle that could ultimately help decide its outcome. In the month of May, Donald Trump outraised Biden again. This is the second month in a row that it has happened, after the reverse being true for basically the duration of the cycle through April. In May, Donald Trump and the RNC pulled in $141 million. A lot of that came after Donald Trump's criminal conviction in New York on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. For Biden and the DNC, they raked in $85 million. Not a small amount, but still more than $50 million less than what Trump and Republicans could do. So let's get right to it with our political panel. Rick Davis, Stone Court Capital Partner, is with me, and Jeannie Shanzayano. She is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our signature political panel on this Friday. So Jeannie, first to you. If you were inside the Biden campaign, are you panicking at these numbers right now and the cash cushion dwindling rapidly?
It's certainly not the trajectory you want to go in for the second month. But if we put it in perspective, they say they've raised about $558 million in this cycle. That is record-breaking for Democrats. So they are both taking in big money. But I do think it is a wake-up call for the Democratic team, and the reality of the fact that for all those on the left who thought that a convicted felon could not lead the opposition party, and these types of numbers, both the fundraising and the polls, quite frankly, are giving lie to that. So this is a wake-up call for Democrats. That said, they've raised a lot of money, and they will keep doing that. And maybe given the last 2 months, they'll raise even more. And also importantly, they've raised small dollar numbers over what Donald Trump has done, who's raising from million and billionaires.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You're seeing the big money coming in a more material way. But of course, when we're considering what happened that month, again, a lot of this, Rick, came after his conviction in New York. In fact, there was one donor who gave $50 million to the MAGA super PAC after that happened. It raises the question of whether or not the Trump team can repeat this performance in the absence of another conviction, or is this really an event-driven campaign fundraising effort, if that makes sense?
Well, all campaigns use events to maximize their fundraising, especially small dollar donors who don't really pay any attention to it unless there's something big happening like a conviction. But I would say that the way I read these numbers is the big dollar donors are the ones really dominating the news. It's not the small dollar donors. I mean, when one person, this donor Mellon, can give $50 million to Donald Trump, I mean, if you back that number out of it, it's basically they've raised the same amount. So it's really what you do with the money that I think is more interesting right now, because there is a significant diversion of strategy here, and that is Joe Biden's been putting his money on TV in the key swing states and sending out messages. Most recently, attacks on Donald Trump, which he hadn't been doing in the spring or early winter. And Donald Trump isn't doing any advertising. And we know he's got bills to pay for with lawyers. But when does he get in the game? When does he start placing bets? Even the Biden-associated super PAC has already reserved $250 million in TV time for the fall campaign. These are really important indications of the strategy to come. And I think the real pressure is on Trump right now to say, okay, you have resources. What are you going to do with them? Because he has got declining poll numbers, and there's going to be more pressure in the Republican Party to say, why aren't you engaging? Why aren't you advertising?
But to your point on the Biden camp having bought up so much ad space in the fall, is it more prudent in your mind as a campaign manager to sit on the cash and wait to spend it later, or to start spending it now when it's June and the election's not till November?
Yeah, you don't make up much ground in the summer. So husbanding your resources today is a good strategy. You're going to get a big bump at the debates next week. You know, all of America will zone in and see what's going on. You don't have to pay for that. You might want to buy some afterwards to sort of manage expectations. But then you have a convention in August, if you're Democrats, in July, and Republicans, and you don't have to pay money for that. That's going to be an enormous amount. 50, 60, 80 million people will watch that. And so you're really down to September, right? And so I think what I would be doing, and what I've done in the past, is you start husbanding your resources now, and you start putting them on availabilities. TV isn't equal. It gets bought up first come, first serve. If you wait too long, and this would be my admonition to the Trump campaign, if you wait too long to get those avails, you're not going to get good slots to advertise.
It also raises the question of the content of those advertisements, Jeannie, just not how frequently or in what time slots that they run. We were speaking with Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy about this earlier this hour, this notion that because these candidates are so well known, a former president and a current president, it's not about name recognition or even necessarily about their policy, because in large part that's well known as well. He said the way in which the American public knows these candidates suggests that actually what the candidates are likely to be putting out there is just a lot of negativity, attack ads. Jeannie, is that what you're bracing for as well?
Yes, and that is what is going to happen, because when you've got name recognition of this level, it is not a question of do people need to figure out who Joe Biden and Donald Trump are. And with such unpopular candidates, it is really more of an issue of defining the other. And so we are going to see that in all of these ads. We will certainly see that or an attempt to see that in the debate. And, it's been a campaign where you go across the board. It often doesn't matter what they're saying policy-wise. It's more about how they are presenting themselves and defining the other. And so in Joe Biden's, a week from today, or a week from yesterday, rather, on the debate, it's not going to be what he says, but how he says it. He's got to show he's strong, and he's got to make Trump look crazy. And that is what we're going to see across the board in this messaging, not what they say, but how they say it and how they define their opponent.
Well, Rick, we know that Biden is at Camp David right now trying to hone that messaging. But if all of this is about energy, what's the point of going through the whole exercise of answering policy questions or preparing your one-liners when people are just trying to see if your eyes are still wide open?
Well, I think for Biden, it is a test to see, whether or not he actually can talk articulately, even about the policies of his own administration. So he does have a bar to get over there. But I think, you and Jeannie are both right. I think that this is a race to the bottom. And Joe Biden wasn't attacking Donald Trump until recently. Why? Nobody can tell. His numbers didn't go up when he talked about himself. People think he's too old, and people think Donald Trump's too corrupt. So the difference there is I think Donald Trump does spend quite a bit of time attacking Joe Biden, but he also attacks everybody else. I mean, it's a complete waste of his attacks to go after judges and prosecutors and things like that, because they're not on the ballot. Joe Biden's on the ballot. And so I think both campaigns are really dispersed in their messaging, much more so than any other presidential campaign I've ever seen. My question is, when are they going to narrow it down to one another, and what are those attack lines going to be?
Well, it's also interesting that as Rick talks about the various people that Donald Trump attacks at his various appearances, we are going to see and hear from Donald Trump this week, Jeannie. While Biden is at Camp David, doing his much more formulaic, we understand, debate prep, essentially shielded from the public eye, potentially until debate day, Donald Trump's going to be in Pennsylvania this weekend. Is it Is it a mistake for President Biden not also to be visible, not just on debate night, but in the lead up to it?
You know, I am one who thinks he's got to be out as much as possible. That said, the debate prep time, the rest, the ability to take a step back and think is critically important. He has been traveling around the country and obviously around the world in the last few weeks. So I think these days of rest and practice and rehearsal are important for Biden. But that said, after this debate on Thursday, he's got to get out there as much as possible. And, you know, we can't forget, this is not only about the few hours or the 90 minutes they're in that debate, it's the spin afterwards. And it is brutal now because it is online. So we're really looking at a debate about editors in a way that we didn't used to 20 years ago versus just what happens during the debate. So he's got to be out there. If he doesn't do well on Thursday, making sure he can give lie to those attacks that are sure to come.
Yeah, it's just as much about Friday. Friday, we understand, according to CBS, Rick, Donald Trump is going to be in Virginia. Where should Joe Biden go the day after?
Yeah, I think Joe Biden needs to stay in the swing states where, you know, he has a chance to win. And obviously the top tier priority of the blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He wins those three, he's president of the United States, I guess, along with Nebraska's 2nd district. So maybe he goes to Nebraska's 2nd district.
All right. I guess there's our answer. Of course, Rick and Jeannie, our signature political panel, always round things out for us on a Friday, in which we're now just 6 days away from that debate. Rick Davis is a partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie Shanzano, a senior democracy fellow at the Study for the Presidency and Congress. Great to have you here on this Friday as we look ahead to the debate. Meanwhile, there's a lot of other world and national news still happening in real time, and Amy Morris has been tracking all of it for us. She's here in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. Thanks so much. The Supreme Court, as you know, upheld a federal gun control law. It's intended to protect domestic violence victims. Now, the justices ruled earlier today in favor of a 1994 ban on firearms for people under restraining orders to stay away from their spouses or partners. It is the justices' first Second Amendment case since they expanded gun rights in 2022. Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg Radio, is a donor to groups that support gun control, including Everytown for Gun Safety. Manhattan prosecutors are urging the judge overseeing Donald Trump's criminal hush money case to uphold a gag order. Prosecutors with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office argued that portions of the gag order are still necessary given Trump's history of threatening statements. They agreed that one provision of the gag order that prevented Trump from attacking trial witnesses in the case can now be lifted. And a heat wave is moving closer to the breaking point from the Midwest to New England, but there is no immediate relief in sight for much of the rest of the country. The National Weather Service says a heat dome could send heat index readings above 100 degrees in many locations, possibly breaking all-time records. New York, New Jersey, Washington, D.C., extending into parts of the Midwest, all under heat advisories that are going to last throughout the entire weekend, starting today, well into Sunday evening. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
140 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks struggling for direction. The Dow up now, barely up by half a point, has been swinging between gains and losses. S&P lower by 11, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 46 now. That is a drop of 0.3%. Right now, we have got the 10-year yielding 4.26% with a 2-year 4.73%. Spot gold down $41 the ounce right now to $23.19. That is a drop of 1.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 80.63 right now for a barrel of WTI. NVIDIA shares moving lower, part of a broader tech sell-off. NVIDIA down by 3.4%. Apple is withholding a raft of new technologies from hundreds of millions of consumers in the European Union, citing concerns posed by the bloc's regulatory attempts to rein in big tech. And Sarepta Therapeutics gene therapy has received U.S. approval to include more children with a deadly muscle disease, expanding the market for a controversial treatment that has still not proved its benefit in clinical trials. Sarepta Therapeutics shares surging now by 33%. Recapping, stocks mixed. S&P 500 index down 12, down 0.2%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, counting down the hours until the closing bell. Meanwhile, here in Washington, I'm Kaylee Lines, counting down the days to the first presidential debate. There's only 6 of them left before that debate takes place on Thursday, June 27th. And if you're wondering, yes, that is unusually early for a debate to happen in an election cycle. It's actually happening before either Donald Trump or Joe Biden are actually the nominees for their respective parties. They're still just going to be presumptive at this point because the conventions haven't happened yet. And that's not the only thing that's going to make this upcoming debate unusual. There's also the consideration of the rules, like a mute button and no live audience. So we wanted to get some historical perspective and bring in Barbara Perry from the University of Virginia, where she is a professor in presidential studies at UVA's Miller Center. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Barbara. Always great to have you on the program. Can we just start with the timing? Are people even prone to pay attention to a debate like this early in a cycle?
Yeah, I'm skeptical, Kaylee. People, I've just come back from a bit of a holiday myself and took a little bit of a break from reading and watching lots of media and doing media. But first of all, happy to be with you. And second, it is summertime and it'll be the height of the summertime. So I'm a little bit skeptical that as many people will watch as they would at, let's say, after Labor Day as we get closer to the election. And I think the other element, though, that could go in the favor of a high audience would be the heat dome. Should that continue, and it looks to be the case across the country, lots of people will be at home, they'll be in their air conditioning, and they may be prone then to watch.
It's fascinating. People just trying to stay indoors, maybe looking for something to do is an added element that could factor in here. But there's also the question of what those people are going to be experiencing when they're at home watching this on television with no cues from a live audience. Usually at a debate like this, you hear the claps or the boos, whatever, in response to what a candidate is saying. The audience at home is going to be kind of left for themselves to decide what the reaction should be, because that isn't going to be there for the first time in what is a really long time, I understand, Barbara. How should we be thinking about the live audience and the lack of it more specifically?
I, for one, Kaylee, will be pleased not to have the booing and the shouting and the clapping. I find that distracting. But it might be a little bit like during the pandemic, watching the U.S. Open tennis match or watching the Masters without anybody there spectating and cheering. And so the silence may be deafening in that sense. But I should tell you, I was just visiting with a young friend in my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky last week, and he's going to have all of his friends over to have a debate party. And they also have a pool, so it'll maybe be watching while in the pool. But he's going to have bingo cards. And he said, what could I have on the bingo card? What will these people be saying on the stage that is typical? And then, do you get to fill in your bingo card and yell bingo? So I think if people turn it into, I said, you're not going to do a drinking game, I hope. And he said, no, we're not going to do that. So I think there are different ways to watch. And maybe it will be like, I know when I watch college basketball, I am cheering and shouting and booing and jumping up and down. So maybe people will get into it at home.
Kentucky, home of not just derby parties, but I guess debate parties as well, Barbara. As we consider the idea of no live audience, though, and what that brings, perhaps more focus to your point, it's the absence of distraction. It's not just the lack of live audience, which we know that Donald Trump typically likes. He feeds off that energy. It's also the factor of the mute button, being cut off when your time is up, not having the ability to speak over the other candidate. Knowing what we know about these presidents, who do you think these rules net benefits?
I think this one certainly benefits the president, President Biden, because he should not have to have someone speaking over him with a live mic. Now, I am a bit skeptical that former President Trump will stop speaking when the mic goes off. In other words, will he continue to speak? And will that be distracting to President Biden, even though audience might not be able to hear, but will the president be able to hear someone who's trying to talk over him even without a live mic? And anyone who does any public speaking or is a teacher or professor knows that it's a little bit distracting and takes you off point. And if one is prone to gaffes, as we know President Biden can tend to be sometimes, that can be detrimental, I think, to him.
Well, to that point, Barbara, is really all this debate is about for Biden, not gaffing, not pausing for too long, not giving any appearance of weakness or a lack of mental acuity as he debates at 81 years old? Does it even matter what he says or only how he says it?
The message is always important as we look back through history. So, yes, he has to be clear on his message, but he also has to get the word out as clearly and concisely as he can. He shouldn't ramble. He should try to avoid gaffes. He should try to speak clearly. As Sandra Day O'Connor once said to my dad, who had some hearing issues, my dad went up to her and said, "I can understand every word you say." And she said, "That is because I speak and enunciate very clearly." So that's what I think the president needs to do and not have any stumbles or mumbles as he's speaking. And that's not going to be easy because he does have, as he's been very open about, the stuttering problem from years back, a lifelong problem. And as we all get a little bit older, we tend to have a few stumbles or mumbles. And that goes for, as we know, former President Trump, who just turned 78, and he has tended to ramble of late. So both of them have to be really careful about that.
Of course, while the age question has dogged President Biden, Donald Trump has been dogged by his myriad legal challenges, one of which we could have development in perhaps the very day of the debate, Barbara. We're still awaiting a handful of opinions from the Supreme Court, one of which is the question around presidential immunity that could dictate the timeline at which he could go to trial here in Washington in the Jack Smith case of election subversion. Is there any precedent in history in which you could have something like that dropping the day of a presidential debate?
I can't think of one offhand. Certainly, there have been events in the world that have been happening during debates. The first televised debate between Kennedy and Nixon in 1960, the height of the Cold War, but not anything like this, because we know it's the first time a former president has gone to a criminal trial and has been a convicted felon while on the stage and running for president again. So that's unprecedented. It wouldn't surprise me as someone who served for a year at the court in the 1990s if they might not hold off until after the debate to announce that decision, whatever it happens to be about presidential immunity.
Yeah, maybe we get an opinion day added on Friday. Barbara, before we let you go, just in our final moment here, there is the question of how much this ultimately will matter in the grand scheme of things. Looking back at history, do we consider presidential debates to be pivotal inflection points in any campaign?
Absolutely. And I would say, given this past week's passing of Willie Mays, and most people immediately, it came to mind his the catch, they called it. They didn't even have to say Willie Mays, the catch, running full speed, back to the infield, drops over his head, he catches the ball. If he had bobbled it, maybe it would have been remembered, maybe not. So I would say that for these presidential candidates and the incumbent president, they want to have clean catches, they want to hit home runs, maybe even a grand slam, no bobbles, no errors. And because that is what people remember, and it often has an impact on who wins or who loses the election.
All right, Barbara Perry, always great to talk to you. She's professor in presidential studies at the University of Virginia's Miller Center. Go Who's. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Now, certainly, while there will be much to discuss in domestic politics in that debate, geopolitics will factor in as well. And certainly, we've had some developments in that regard this week. And Vladimir Putin has just returned to Russia after traveling to North Korea and Vietnam this week, firming up ties in Asia as he conducts his ongoing war against Ukraine. And while Asia's relationship with Russia is one thing to watch, so too are other relationships like that with West Africa. And that's something that they're talking about on Wall Street Week this evening. The host of Wall Street Week, David Weston, is joining me now from New York. So, David, I know that you had a conversation with Ian Bremmer about this. What did he say?
Yeah, it does take us back to Russia, of course, because historically France has been dominant in West Africa. The United States has had a position there, but Russia increasingly is coming in, and we aren't really paying that much attention because of Ukraine, because of Gaza, because of South China Sea. But actually, there are some real issues there, particularly because some of the minerals they have, and this is part of what he said about why it matters, West Africa.
And there are a lot of resources here. I mean, the Russian government has secured direct access to, major gold reserves in the Central African Republic, as well as in Sudan, platinum in Zimbabwe, diamonds in Zimbabwe, as well as the CAR, uranium, as you mentioned, in Namibia. Right now, the United States still gets uranium from Russia, and Congress is trying to stop that. They're trying to actually ensure there's money to increase production in the United States and with friends, so that if the U.S. is going to start building reactors again, you've seen the Bill Gates announcements on your own Bloomberg, that they don't have to get it from Russia. But the more that Russia is on the ground, essentially the lead supporter of many of these illicit governments, these military regimes in Central and Western Africa, the Russians are going to end up also having control over some critical nodes of the minerals that are necessary for a transition energy revolution.
Yeah, so that was Ian Bremmer there. And one of the reasons we really wanted to take a look at this is we tend to think about China in terms of African investments and really making inroads there. And we may not be paying quite as much attention as we need to with Russia going in there. And of course, at the same time, President Macron is a little distracted at the moment as he's got some elections that he's called coming up that are a real problem too that we also talked to Ian about.
Well, what did Ian say about that? Because we've had a lot of conversations here on Balance of Power, at least, about the way in which that election in France and what caused Macron to call that snap election, the far right wins in European Parliament, the way that could influence, for example, Western support for Ukraine as it fights this war against Russia.
Yeah, boy, that is a big issue. There's no question about it, Kaylee. Yeah, I think what Ian said basically was he thought Macron felt he didn't have too much of a choice because he was going to have problems with his parliament no matter what. There was going to censure, they're going to have problems with the budget, so he felt he had to do it. What he may not have anticipated was the left coming together and really putting only one candidate per district in so that they are more unified than before. So we really have like on the left and on the right with Marine Le Pen and her party, and that is what he called a dangerous situation for President Macron. And your point, of course, is exactly right, Kaylee, because Marine Le Pen and the far left is not necessarily going to be a big supporter of Ukraine. So it really could have ramifications for the EU more broadly.
So many elections throughout the remainder of this year that we're going to have to pay attention to. I'm exhausted already. David, what else do you have coming up on the program this evening aside from Ian Bremmer?
Well, of course, we have Larry Summers on. He's going to tell us about what the economic numbers are, but also he talks a fair amount about generative AI because he's on the board of OpenAI now. And he has an interesting expression. He says, you don't let the generals fight the war. You don't want the AI developers to decide what happens with AI. You need some government regulation, really, to make that work. So we talk with him as well about OpenAI and why it's driving so much of the markets right now as we look at what's going on. And we have Glenn Hubbard, one of our favorites, Glenn Hubbard, coming on saying, actually, there's a different economic model we should be looking at as we look at this election coming up in the United States in November, that you don't have to just choose between mercantilism of Donald Trump on the one hand and sort of what he calls a fuzzy industrial policy of Joe Biden on the other. He thinks there's another way to carve it that would make more sense for the economy.
Fuzzy is quite an adjective. David Weston, Wall Street Week host, thank you so much. Looking forward to the program this evening. You can, of course, catch that at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. Before we get there, though, you're about to, in just a few minutes, be able to catch Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. It's coming up shortly. Tim, what do you got on the program quickly?
Hey, we got a lot coming up. We're talking to George Ferguson over at Bloomberg Intelligence about Boeing, and it could be near a deal to stabilize its supply chain, Kaylee.
All right, looking forward to that and much more with Carol and Tim coming up shortly. Meantime, I'll see you back on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenovic. Let's get to the setup on this. Yes, it's Friday, June 21st. S&P 500, Tim, actually on track for another week of gains. It would be the third in a row. It's been a funny week with new highs, but also a kind of a meh feel, if you will.
And of course, that break on Wednesday,
Right.
4-day trading week. So certainly investors taking stock of what's going on there. We're going to have much more on the trade in just a moment. Also, speaking of stocks that are moving, Boeing. We're going to be talking a little bit to George Ferguson later on because the company could be near a deal to help stabilize its supply chain.
Yeah, we're going to get into that in just a moment. Plus, how is the U.S. economy really doing? Just ask the nation's convenience stores. We're going to get into that a little bit later on, too.
And the honeymoon is over for the world's biggest real estate investor. It's today's big take. We got Shonali Bassick joining us on that in just a few.
Yeah, one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. And forget about it, being data dependent. At least that's what one of our market watchers has to say. She's seen a lot of market cycles. She's going to get into what you really should be focusing on.
First up, though, checking the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Tim and Carol. We got the Dow higher, barely. S&P in the red, as is NASDAQ. Triple witching Friday, in which derivatives contracts tied to equities, index options, and futures all mature. Right now, the S&P down 12, drop there of 0.2%. The Dow lower by 2 points. We got NASDAQ down 43. For NASDAQ, a drop right now of 0.2%. 10-year yield, 4.25%. 2-year, 4.73%. Gold is tumbling 1.8% now, down $41 the ounce to $23.18. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%. WTI 80.70 for a barrel of WTI. Major sell-off in tech today with NVIDIA shares dropping now by 3.2%. CarMax shares, they are lower now. CarMax down 0.2% this morning. The used car dealers' first quarter earnings slightly beat the average analyst estimate. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P down 0.2%. NVIDIA, the stock to watch, down now by 3.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, let's get to it, everybody. Boeing, once again, back on our radar. Shares little changed in the Friday trade, but this is coming as Airbus is edging closer to an agreement with Spirit Aerosystems Holdings to take over parts of the aerospace suppliers business. So that would essentially pave the way for an acquisition of the bulk of the company by Boeing as early as next week.
Well, help keeping us current on it all. And back with us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson. He joins us in New Jersey. So, George, remind everybody, Spirit Aerosystems spun out from Boeing a little over 20 years ago at the heart of the issue with the 737 MAX and the door plug incident back in January. Remind everyone what Spirit Aerosystems does, and then get into the Airbus versus Boeing part of sort of carving this company up.
Yeah, so they're an aerostructures, supplier. So that means they make the fuselages for aircraft. They make wings as well, but they make sort of the body parts is probably the easier way to say it. They make a large portion of the Boeing 737. They make almost the entire fuselage. And when Boeing sort of spun them off, that's the primary business they had. And they've added to that since then, right? They've added 787, and they've gone out to other manufacturers like Airbus and picked up pieces of the A350, the A320 program, the A220 program, which is the old Bombardier C series. They also do some defense programs, and most of it again is sort of is body structures. And so, I think still the majority of the revenue and profit they earn at the company comes from Boeing, and specifically the 737 is by far the largest program, revenue generator, profit generator at the company. So as Boeing carves this path to improve quality on the 737, that path goes right through Spirit Aerosystems. And I think as they got into the problem and tried to figure out whether they could make things work better at Spirit, they decided that the only way to really have all the control they needed to get quality up was to go in and retake Spirit into the Boeing fold. But the challenge is like I mentioned, there's a number of Airbus programs, the 350, the 220, and the A320, we think that are largely loss-making because Spirit Aerosystems was out there trying to add business to their portfolio. Lots of times they would add business at low prices in hopes that as volume picked up and as they built in efficiencies, they could turn it into a more profitable business. Now they got to get that loss-making Airbus stuff out of the company so they can reintegrate with Boeing.
So I'm curious, George, you know, like when a company does some kind of deal, it's often to, you know, economies of scale, strategically it fits in, financially it's going to be good for the balance sheet. For Boeing, and I understand getting rid of the Aerobus exposure, if you will. But for Boeing, is this more about strategically being a smart move and helping to get their supply chain in order so that they don't have any more issues and problems or serious, you know, disasters, if you will? Or is it also a financial play?
So I don't think there's much of a financial play here, especially sort of near term, right? So if you look at expected EBITDA for this company, for Spirit this year, it's right around zero, right? And that may be a little bit optimistic. And so this is absolutely a strategic buy. We've seen this all through aerospace as we came out of the pandemic. There's been a lot of suppliers that were on shaky financial ground where the tier up has to come in and buy them to stabilize their supply chain. This would be one of the biggest ones, but we've seen it all over aerospace.
So I'm really interested in the idea that this actually helps shore up Boeing's supply chain. Is there any indication that this is something that getting this in control at Boeing, being in control of Spirit, is that actually, George, going to help Boeing fix its big issues?
So I think it can, right? It's not a silver bullet. Just because they buy it doesn't mean everything's better and, you know, everybody can breathe easy now. If you listen to some of the testimony of CEO Calhoun, I think it was this week. All these weeks run together after a while.
It was this week.
This week in Capitol Hill. And it was before the holiday, so it seemed like it was another week. If you listen to his testimony, he talked about all the problems they were having getting good fuselages out of Spirit. And so those fuselages were even moving up to Renton and sort of in the waiting area to go into Boeing's, assembly facility and still being worked on by, it sounded like even Spirit employees up there with Boeing inspectors. So what this gets them at least is a very streamlined organization. Boeing owns, Wichita, the facility. Boeing can institute their quality controls and inspections there, their training programs there. I do think one of the fixes here too is that it gets rid of that natural tension between a supplier and the company it supplies to, right? Because Boeing was always looking down going, look, as you build more of whatever, we want to lower the price on you, so because you're going to get economies of scale, and we want some of that so that we can enjoy some of those margin gains and make more profitability. This gets rid of that, right? This gets rid of the guess at the Boeing side of the world about what Spirit could make in efficiencies, and it gets rid of some of that tension. And I think it's an important enough part of the airplane that will help a lot. This gets everybody on the same team again.
Can I ask you, it feels a little bit like a soap opera, like I love you, keep the company, have the company, get rid of it, bring it back. But it's interesting because, right, they got rid of Spirit to increase profitability. So, like, it almost speaks to the broader strategy thing, right, at Boeing. But help me understand, right? Like, should they have just kept it, under their roof all along?
So, I mean, I guess the way I would think about it is there are a number of other aerostructure manufacturers around the world. You don't find a lot of them in the U.S. I think sometimes our profit hurdles in the U.S., our return on capital numbers don't really make it fertile ground here in the U.S. for this business. So that said, I think had Boeing not had a grounding of the MAX and then a pandemic, there's a potential that Spirit could have continued to move along, maybe not with the greatest margins, maybe not the best profitability, but I think it could have continued to be independent. So I'm not going to say the decision alone was wrong. I think in time, this business may have migrated outside the U.S., but I think Spirit also has the right to build the 737 fuselage for as long as it's called the 737. And so that kind of kept that business right there. But I do think in time, the aerostructures business probably would have been offshore to lower cost domiciles.
Hey, George, before we let you go, 30 seconds because we have you. The New York Times reporting today that the U.S. Justice Department is going to require Boeing to install an independent federal monitor to oversee safety and quality issues. Expected, important? What's the significance of all this as Boeing tries to right the ship?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound to me like it's absolutely out of the blue. I would have thought there would have been more oversight, and this sounds like one of the ways to do it. So it's probably good, but at the end of the day, Boeing has to get it right themselves, right? Because they're the experts in making aircraft. They got to become that again. So, but yeah, an important move, I think.
All right, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson joining us from New Jersey. Boeing certainly top of mind, Carol, when it comes to company news today. But now let's get to what's caught our attention when it comes to the broader U.S. economy.
Yeah, Tim, that on a day when U.S. services activity picked up marginally early this month to the fastest pace in more than 2 years, while the outlook improved on cooler price pressures and prospects for lower borrowing costs. Also, we did get a data point on sales of existing homes in the U.S. falling for a third straight month in the month of May, while prices set another record. That really underscores persistent affordability challenges that hobbled the important spring selling season. All right, that's some of the data points. There's another interesting data point when it comes to U.S. economic activity. We love this. With more and a look at the broader macro backdrop, we head to Washington, D.C. That's where we find Bloomberg News global economy reporter Enda Curran. Enda, good to have you here. We do want to get to that interesting data point. Tim and I have been talking about this a lot. First up, though, the economic data today, the clues that we've got throughout this week, the retail sales data, which is what we're going to get into with you a little bit more. Anything that we need to know about the bigger, broader kind of data set that we got this week?
Well, I think on the housing data that you mentioned there, it just reinforces the idea that the housing market continues to be broken. It's kind of stuck in this state of high interest rates, surging strong demand for houses, but high interest rates and low stock turnover. So it's kind of stuck in a rut there, Carol. But more broadly, I think the mix of data this week, it sends mixed signals, but the broad takeaway is that the economy is continuing to slow at a reasonable pace, not a crash landing or hard landing or anything like that. But I think every week we seem to get a new data point suggesting things are coming off the ball a little bit. The way policymakers want it, but the big question going into the second half of the year is how much slower will things get?
Okay, well, speaking of things getting slower, it's the Business Week newsletter that came out just yesterday, and we can't stop talking about it, Enda, because we talk a lot about different data points and the economic data that I think it's fair to say kind of rules our lives here at Bloomberg in a good way. But there's also the anecdotal data that's really helpful that our reporters around the world go and gather. Talk a little bit about what one convenience store CEO is telling us about the state of the U.S. economy.
Yeah, so to your point, this was a bit of a step away from the raw numbers. Yeah. I spoke with the CEO of one of America's biggest convenience store operators, Arco Core. Ari Cutler is the CEO there. So I had a chat with him. For context, he runs what he calls stores in real America. These are small towns, Main Street, sometimes in border areas. So he's on the front line of the trends. And what he's seeing among his shoppers, his consumers, is that they're spending less. In particular, they're spending less on cigarettes and spending less on gasoline. Now, he reckons it reflects the high interest rates, the mix of inflation, and of course, fluctuating gasoline prices. But it's again, he's not saying this is a crash landing or anything, but he's saying it's different to what it was last year. Consumers are coming to his stores, are being a bit pickier, a bit choosier. They want bargains, they want value. He's seeing promotions for his hot dogs and his pizzas, enticing customers to go to that direction because they're watching their cents and their dollars. So it's a tale from the ground. And when you speak to people like that, it kind of adds to the idea that what the official data is telling us, that things are cooling from that big boom last year. And this is what I was trying to say earlier on, that things are cooling, okay, but the big question is just where will it go from here? Will this glide path continue in the second half of the year, or will it be something bumpier? But yeah, people seem to be getting more careful with their money, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it feels like it mirrors so many of the conversations that we have around the newsroom or with colleagues or with friends and family about just, making choices about where they're purchasing, or just still kind of cringing at some of the costs of different items. Having said that, it does feel like this momentum around sluggish, slow down, it's not like everything's falling off a cliff, and I don't hear a lot of people talking recession here in the U.S.
No, and that's because the jobs market is so strong. And as long as the jobs market is strong, people have money, they will pay back their mortgage, and they will go and spend. Of course, they might be a bit more careful how they spend. But it's when you have unemployment in free fall, when things change dramatically. But again, the labour market, we see some cooling. Even the CEO I spoke to, he made the point that, a year ago he was really struggling with either filling positions and turnover. He still is struggling to fill positions, but he has noticed things are better than a year ago. Staff aren't walking out the door the way they were. They're hanging around, and he thinks that's a sign. That's a sign they have fewer options.
Yeah, that's a really interesting data point as well. I want to get back to this one comment that I had to read a few times, and in your piece, it's that people are moving to more valuable items and just not spending the money they did in the past. What did he mean by more valuable items?
What he's talking about there is looking for value. He reckons he's never seen as many promotions, he said, by the way, in his time. He's been in this business 20 years, and obviously he's running his own promotions, but the people that he buys products and goods of, they all want to run promotions as well, because everyone's looking for a bargain. Remember the backstory, household debt is at a record level, delinquencies in credit cards are picking up, so people are feeling some strain out there, and that's why he thinks it's all funneling into when you walk into a store, you're just not splashing the way you were last year, you're being a bit more careful about it.
It's interesting to read your piece and also think about what we've seen from companies like Celsius Holdings and Monster Beverage in recent weeks. There have been some channel checks by the folks over at Nielsen that said there's been some softness in that category. And if I think of something that's sold in convenience stores that is kind of pricey, it's energy drinks that have been so hot in recent years. And if people are pulling back on that end, that could be a signal.
Yeah, for sure. The products, by the way, one of the other products that Ari identified was cigarettes. And that's one of his biggest sources of revenue and sales in the convenience stores. But people are buying cheaper tobacco products rather than buying cigarettes. That's a trend, a clear trend that he's noticed, and he says when you see that, that's when he knows things have changed, and that's why he's making the comments that he is.
I have to say, I'm not a smoker, but I didn't realize a carton is between like $30 to $60 in the United States.
It depends where you live, because the taxes are such a big part of it. Like New York City, they're extremely expensive.
They're crazy, crazy. I feel like this also, though, and it kind of fits with what we've been talking about McDonald's, like bringing back the value meal. We're seeing kind of a little bit of a kind of price war, if you will, among some of the fast food restaurants. Real quickly, though, 20, 25 seconds, the U.S. economy versus the rest of the world still doing fairly well?
Still doing very well. Wages going up. People have jobs. The recovery's been so much stronger here than the rest of the world. No hard landing. But as I say, let's see how it all plays out into the second half of the year.
All right. I love metrics like this.
It's great.
Love it, love it, love it. Enda, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Enda Curran, he's our global economy reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us there from our Washington, D.C. bureau. I do feel like it's like when we get the beige book, all right, anecdotes and so on and so forth. I think these are things that tell you so much about what's going on in the economy.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. Also, it's the company has brands like One Stop, Admiral, Breadbox, Corner Mart, Dixie Mart, Easy Mart, Flash Market, Handy Mart, Jets, Jiffy Stop, and more.
Yeah, so it's
they got their hand on everything.
And they see a lot, right? And this dude has been doing this for like 20 years, so he sees a lot. He might not call himself a dude. I call him a dude. All right, still to come, everybody. As the cheap money era fades into history, the world's biggest real estate investor is moving into riskier new terrain. That when we come back.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Major turnaround for the Dow Jones Industrial Average since our last update. Right now, the Dow up 55 points. That is a gain of 0.1%. S&P, NASDAQ still in the red. Wall Street's massive expiration of options not only left stocks struggling, it also drove one of the leaders of the bull market. We're talking NVIDIA to a roller coaster ride. NVIDIA shares trading lower now by 3.3%. We've got the S&P down 6, down 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 24, drop there of 0.1%. The Dow, again, worth repeating, up 52, up 0.1%. 10-year, 4.25%. The 2-year, 4.73%. Gold down $40 the ounce to $23.19, drop there of 1.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, $80.62 for a barrel of WTI. Four of the biggest banks on Wall Street must improve their blueprints for a hypothetical wind down after top regulators in Washington found weaknesses in their plans. Those four big banks, JP Morgan Chase down 1.2%, Bank of America down 0.9% today. And among some of the other names, among those big banks, also, as I mentioned, Goldman Sachs and Citigroup, they had a shortcoming according to the FDIC and the Federal Reserve. Recapping, S&P down 6, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Paladin. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So you guys might recall, shortly after the great financial crisis, something that definitely caught our attention in a big way. It was when Blackstone, best known for its private equity business, began buying up foreclosed homes. It was one of the first PE firms to do that. They bought them, they fixed them up, and then they rented them out.
And then they spun off the whole company that did that, and they're still in real estate.
Exactly. Blackstone, they are the world's biggest real estate investor, and as such, they've not been immune to the impact of higher rates and real estate stress, including withdrawals from the Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust, defaults on New York office property, another in LA. It also, though, is continuing to buy and put a lot of money to work. Bloomberg News global finance correspondent Shonali Bassa caught up with Nadeem Medji. He's Blackstone co-head of real estate. They talked earlier this month.
We fulfilled 100% of redemption requests over the last 4 months. Today, we have ample liquidity, $7 billion plus. That is what differentiates us from other players in this space.
All right, well, Shonali joining us now with a little bit more about that conversation. Really today's Bloomberg Big Take, which is among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. And it's all about Blackstone's gigantic property arm. So glad to have you here with us. That business is massive for this company.
It's roughly a third of Blackstone's trillion and some assets under management. It's the crown jewel within Blackstone. Remember, Chief Operating Officer, President John Gray really grew up in this business. They've had some of their biggest profits out of this real estate business. You think back to the financial crisis with the profit they turned on Hilton. They just stunning profit there. So they tell investors in times of stress like this, they're known for having blowout returns. What does this year look like? At BREIT, which is one of the main funds in that real estate business under question, this is the fund where a lot of retail investors have invested, where we've seen fits and starts of redemption waves over the last couple of years. The year-to-date return is 2.3%. Annualized,
Feels a little
inception
anemic.
to date. What?
Feels a little anemic.
It does, especially when you look at a fund that really the inception to date was 10%. And so what is happening now? Our team, Jack Sitters and company over at Bloomberg, had some really amazing quotes from Blackstone's executives themselves. One is from the co-head of the business, Kathleen McCarthy, who goes, buying cheap isn't a strategy, which is something I love because their recognition here is that prices they haven't said have bottomed, but they say are bottoming. So they are diving in. They have a war chest of $65 billion. They have been spending billions of dollars this year. They plan to spend billions more throughout the course of the year.
It's a lot of dry powder.
It's a lot of dry powder.
Right?
It is, but like you said, Shonali, it's a different time than post-financial crisis when you have, foreclosed homes to go out and buy or homes that are really low in value to go out and buy. That doesn't exist in the U.S. anymore. What is attractive to Blackstone now?
Yeah, they've really shifted a lot of things about their strategy. If you think in the last several years, what they've doubled down on time and time again, they have this massive bet on data centers. This is closely linked to the AI boom. They also, when they think about housing, they have been pretty prudent about it. They've looked to the Sun Belt. And when they have invested in housing, they've also invested in student housing in particular. They've said they've shied away from much of the struggles you've seen in the office sector. But again, prices now are bottoming, as they say. say. And so where are they going to place those new bets? They're also betting here that interest rates start to come down. Sometimes that inflation has peaked. And so if interest rates stay high, and even if they go higher, then you start to see more struggles in some of the asset classes that they're prone to.
I mean, to be fair, though, they have a fair amount of office exposure still, right? They've walked away from some properties.
They certainly have, and I've got to say it's interesting because you have to understand the problems that they're facing now is twofold. One is not really just a matter of their exposure to real estate around the world, but also a matter of investor confidence. So when we think about BREIT in particular, let's fast forward to what's happening now, because you have a multi-year issue. You've had redemption start to slow more recently. The problem here is what happened was about a couple weeks ago, almost a month ago, Barry Sternlicht had a fund linked to Starwood Capital that started to cut the fact off for redemptions for investors looking to redeem. Then investors started to pull money at a faster rate from Blackstone's fund as well, out of a fear of what was going on in the market. So Blackstone did this really interesting move, and they ended up for that period going above the redemption limits that are typically required for retail investors.
So explain that a little bit in terms of pulling out money, right? Because typically investors, right, Blackstone starts a new fund or somebody starts a new fund, investors pony out money, the money's put to work. How does redemptions typically work? Is it when the investments are made, or is this the money that's not been put to work yet? Like, walk us through that a little bit.
And remember, so for Blackstone, there's two types of investors, really. There's these long-term institutional investors that put these money into drawdown funds, and they keep it there. That money is not touchable. Then there's things like BREIT, where you can pull money as an investor. These are typically made for wealthy individuals. You can pull them with some sort of interval between them. So you can only pull investors in aggregate to a certain amount. Now, the reason this is so interesting across Wall Street is many more funds are trying to make this possible for more and more investors. So every single private asset manager is watching Blackstone's real estate fund and saying, how do they navigate this? Most investors say they're doing what they're supposed to do. Investors are able to pull their money out when they want to pull their money out, and Blackstone has allowed them to. Now, to your point, this is money that has not been put into new deals yet. What they did that was shocking and really stunned the market is a couple years ago here, when they started to feel some of that pain, they brought in a massive investor, $4 billion from the University of California. I've got to say, this story is worth reading because they did this deal while the co-head of Blackstone Real Estate was off on his honeymoon in New Zealand.
That's a great spot.
But also on his honeymoon near where John Gray was vacationing as well.
We were joking in the office a little earlier. Do you want to go on a honeymoon near where your boss?
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing when I read that anecdote.
Well, and honestly,
love them but no.
Right, exactly. Especially when
your
tough things are going on.
Right
love them but no.
Okay.
Right.
They don't want to be near me probably
The wife
either.
might not have loved that too much. And it's interesting, after that interview with Nadeem, he was off across the world for a multi-week tour among investors too. So this is very much a live situation.
I want to talk about Blackstone in context of its peer alternative asset managers and sort of like the portion of real estate that it has on its books versus other alternative asset managers. Is it similar at its peers?
It's greater. Blackstone is the largest. And if you let's look at other comparables, for example. If you look at Apollo, for example, Apollo, more than $500 billion in assets is under private credit.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas it's more like 300-400 at Blackstone. And so Apollo's really known for the private credit exposure. Blackstone has been known for this real estate exposure. They have been diversifying at other places. Credit insurance has been pulling in mega money lately. And also retail funds. These wealthy investors are piling into these private assets. Despite the concerns you're seeing in BREIT, they're just not always piling into real estate.
It's so fascinating. You know this so much, right? Like the rise of alt assets in all their forms, whether it's real estate, whether it's private credit, or so on and so forth, and looking to kind of democratize and open up the access for all investors. But as you know, I was at Pershing Insight recently and did a great conversation with senior execs at Franklin Templeton, the head, and BNY Mellon, and just this idea that, yay, great, but investors have to understand that you can't just move in and out like the plain vanilla assets.
It's totally a massive debate in the industry. How do you structure these funds so that they're liquid enough when, listen, if you're putting money in and they need to take that money and put it into strategies for 10 years, it's hard to pull out once that money is deployed.
Right.
And so you need to figure out that liquidity equation for investors. Jenny Johnson at Franklin Templeton,
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
The CEO, her family was really known for really creating the mutual fund industry in a big way, and she now is very much at the forefront of trying to figure out how to kind of make private asset structures like this more mutual fund-like. And it's a conundrum because these have tended to be higher yielding products, which is why people like us would probably want a piece of the pie, but then they can't get their money back when they need it.
And it was Hanukkah Smith over at BNY Mellon Pershing. He was like, yeah, okay, get it, but you've got to understand that moving in and out is not like moving in and out of stocks and bonds.
Totally. And, you know, there's a dream to make, you know, private equity as easy to buy on an iPhone.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be rewarded for that lack of liquidity.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, Blackstone B-REIT up 2.3%. Are you? Depends on when you bought in.
Bottom line, Blackstone Real Estate, big business. I mean, obviously they're talking their book a little bit when they're saying, you know, things seem to be okay, but we'll see. Time will tell, right? Longer
It's
term.
a pivotal moment in their new leaders, and honestly, John Gray has long been rumored to one day be the next CEO of Blackstone. So it's a big moment for these new executives at the real estate business. It's certainly a big moment for John Gray as well.
All right, great stuff. Really, really great that we could talk with you through this. Bloomberg News global finance correspondent Sonali Basak. Really good stuff and an important story. And as we said, there's just these great turns and twists, if you will, but really a lot of detail in this story. So check it out at Bloomberg.com and on the terminal.
Hey, we got a mixed market on this Friday afternoon. We're seeing some green in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up 0.1%. The S&P 500 are both down about 0.1%. But the 5-day outlook or 5-day of these two indices, these three indices, they're in the green, Carol. The Dow up 1.3%, the S&P 500 up 0.6% so far this week.
Kind of a funny little week, that's for sure. All right, coming up, everybody. Sorry, Jay Powell. Our next guest says forget data dependency and instead listen to companies. This, yes, has to do with the upcoming earnings season. So we're going to get into that more in a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
First, though, a check on the latest world and national news. We get Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld a federal law barring firearm possession by people who are under domestic violence restraining orders. Duke Center for Firearms Law Executive Director Andrew Willinger does not think this decision opens the door for future gun legislation.
It's somewhat narrow in that the court doesn't squarely confront even other related issues like banning convicted felons from possessing guns, for example, those convicted of nonviolent felonies, and sort of leaves those for another day.
Justice Clarence Thomas was the lone dissenter. Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg Radio, and is a donor to groups that support gun control, including Everytown for Gun Safety. Trump ally Steve Bannon has asked the Supreme Court to delay his prison sentence while he fights his convictions for defying a subpoena from the House committee that investigated the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Now, the request comes after a federal appeals court panel rejected his bid to avoid reporting to prison by July 1st to serve his 4-month sentence. And this weekend promises to be a scorcher. The National Weather Service says the heat and humidity could send heat index readings above 100 degrees in many locations, including New York, Boston, and Washington, D.C., possibly breaking all-time records. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Triple Witching Friday. We've got stocks trading mixed right now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average holding on to a gain. The Dow has been all over the map today, swinging between gains and losses in a volatile session. Up 21 right now, up less than 0.1%. S&P in the red, down 9, drop there of just about 0.2%. Nasdaq down 36, a decline of 0.2%. 10-year yield, 4.25%, with the 2-year that's yielding 4.73%. Spot gold down 1.6%, down $37 the ounce to $23.22, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, $80.59 a barrel on WTI. NVIDIA has shed $200 billion in market cap in value, I should say, amid a 2-day sell-off. We've got NVIDIA down now by 3.3%. Heading in the other direction, Sarepta Therapeutics, that stock up 30%. Its gene therapy has received expanded approval to include more children with a deadly muscle disease, expanding the market for a controversial treatment that still has not proved its benefit in clinical trials. Again, Sarepta Therapeutics up now by 30%. Recapping stocks trading mixed, the Dow higher by 18, S&P down 9, down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie there with the lowdown on the trade today. It is Triple Witching Friday. We've all been saying it a lot.
It feels a little spooky, doesn't it?
I don't know. Is it really? You know what it's all about.
Let me have it, Carol.
Derivatives, contracts tied to equities, index options, and futures, all maturing.
Yeah, easy for you to say.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a reminder, too, that we are almost halfway through the trading year, which is kind of phenomenal. A year when we constantly debate over when the Fed may cut rates, and as the Fed reminds us constantly, we are data dependent. We talk about it. Nancy Tengler says, don't focus on that. Here with what we believe, or what she believes we should be keeping our eye on, is the Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler Investments, Nancy Tengler, back in our studio. It is nice to have you back with us. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for being here, because we do talk about, we kind of as a joke, we'll be like, but we're data dependent. You say maybe don't be so focused on that?
Yeah, I think what, for me, Carol, was when Christine Lagarde at the ECB came out and said, we're raising our inflation estimate. We didn't hit our wage criteria, which was wages rolling over. They actually went up in the EU, and we're cutting interest rates. And then you follow that on the heels with Chairman Powell, and maybe I was over listening, but he said a few things. I mean, previous meeting he was like, well, we'll react to weak labor, and I do think the labor market is softening.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, he said, well, if you're at 2.6 or 2.7%, that's a pretty good place to be. That's a direct quote. And so I'm wondering if the Fed is kind of preparing at least themselves, if not the market, and they raised their inflation estimates for the year.
And yet still say we're going to get a cut.
And we're going to get a cut.
We were all talking about that. Mike McKee was talking about it. Like, what changes Fed Chair Jay Powell at the end of the year, if you think it's going to be okay, time to cut.
Right.
And yet we're pretty much in the same economic scenario, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And I think one of the reasons that they are eager to cut is you have the Treasury funding this massive amount of debt. Now it's over 50% at the short end of the curve. And so the weighted average cost of the debt has gone from 1.8% last January, not this one, the previous year, to over 3.3%. And the net payments this year are going to be $870 billion according to CBO, which is always wrong. So count that as $1 trillion in just interest payments. Something's got to change.
You don't actually hear politicians talking about that right now, interestingly enough. It's like a sort of a lonely chorus of folks who are talking about the risk that exists there. How big of a risk do you think that is?
I think it's significant, because if you're, the CBO quotes debt as net debt. So they say we're at 80% of GDP, but they don't count the debt on the Fed's balance sheet. So we're really at 130.
Yeah.
And that's third world country-ish. In a growing economy with a really tight labor market, we should be reducing the deficit, not exploding it. And so stocks don't care yet. So we're still pretty bullish. Yeah.
When will they care?
I don't know.
What will make them care?
What's the hissy fit that happens in stocks as a result of
Well, you keep hearing will it be a Liz Truss moment? I do think that's a risk. that the markets, do the bond vigilantes just come in and say enough, and then there's even more volatility. I mean, I've been doing this for 40 years. I've never seen so much volatility in the bond market.
I will say it's really interesting. I do feel like investment professionals like yourself are talking a lot about it. And at some point, you know, the government has just so much money to play with. And so where do they cut back? And then how does that impact the economy? I feel like that's when maybe citizens start to sit up and take notice, perhaps.
Yeah. I think they're starting to, because what I think the average person knows is that all of this fiscal spending has driven inflation. And you know, there's only, as critical as I've been of the Fed, there's only so much they can do.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got one hand tied behind their back because the spending just continues. And, you know, we still have a lot of appropriated but unspent funds, you know, in the trillions of dollars that the administration is going to try to get as much of that spent this year as they can. I don't know how much that will be, but
You've been critical of the Fed, but one thing that we've heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell several times in recent months has been talking about the Fed's independence and his own independence. And there have been some questions about what happens if President Trump wins in November to the independence of the Fed. How are you thinking about that?
So I think he doth protest too much. I think he waited a long time to raise rates. And I was at a dinner with...
You think Jay Powell protests too much, or Trump does?
About his independence, because I don't think he acted very independent. I think it was a pretty political move to hold off on raising rates as long as he did. And that really allowed inflation to get out of control. I was at dinner with a prominent senator, and he basically said, we all know that he was waiting. And I've never heard anybody say that out loud. So I think they should be independent. I don't think there's anything Trump can do if he is elected except go on X and berate him.
Right. Well, I do want to point out that maybe perhaps if Jay Powell were sitting here right now, he would push back and say,
oh, he would.
At that point, we thought that inflation was indeed transitory. It was supply chain driven. We didn't think it would become as entrenched as it did in the American economy at that point. But
yes, he would say that, and I would say you were still way too late. The rest of the world saw it, and they waited way too long. And we didn't see a hike until March, when inflation had been really bubbling up pretty dramatically since the previous year. And we were writing about the fiscal spending back then. It was very lonely, but
back in
2021, yeah.
The other thing, I think it's also fair, right? There's been so much liquidity thrown into global markets, right, Nancy, because of the pandemic, and we're still kind of figuring out how it all plays out. Right, and keeping up with it.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about. There's still a lot more liquidity out there.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if you just think about all the old rules, like what did everyone think when rates went up? They thought it would hurt technology stocks. They've been the biggest beneficiary because they had fortress balance sheets. They'd already refinanced their debt, and their interest income. No, it's exploded.
Yeah.
And so
they're making money on all that money.
That's right.
It's on their balance sheet.
A lot of money, Kara.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Having said that, the thing you say we should though is listen to what companies have to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I get excited about earnings because I do feel like
earnings.
I feel like it's a gut check.
We love it.
We peel back a little bit of the layer, right? And we hear from companies about how things really are and whether the narrative, the valuations, whether or not they make sense. So that's important.
Yes.
We've got a great chart, and I think if we can bring it up, but it just talks about, what we've seen in terms of earnings expectations, blended forward EPS, which is the blue line, and the orange line is the S&P 500. You can see how they've been tracking really well together, but the outlook for earnings continues to rise. That's important, though, what we see and what we hear from companies.
Yeah, it's everything. I mean, that is ultimately what stocks trade off of. That's why I think you ignore at this point what the Fed is saying, what data they're depending on this next meeting, because the trend line in corporate earnings is positive and margins are expanding. Now, not every company. We saw it last quarter. If you missed on any metric, you got clobbered. But if you just look, generally speaking, like in our 12 Best Ideas portfolio, we had a number of what Bespoke calls triple plays, beat, and raise. And that's sustainable. It's frequently in the area that we've been talking about ad nauseum, which is generative AI, cloud computing, but also in our investing theme of old economy companies that are embracing those technologies. Think Walmart, think Chipotle, which is one of our 12 Best Ideas. Those are companies that are benefited from utilizing digitization and all of these technologies.
Avocado, anyone?
Avocado.
You know the avocado?
No.
It's a machine that takes care of the avocados for guacamole at Chipotle.
Because they're all fresh. It's so time intensive.
It takes so much time to make
all the
guac.
guacamole.
Got the avocado. Yeah, Brian Nickel tells us about it all the time.
Yeah, and the Chipotlanes, and
It's
they've got their own language.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Nancy, thanks so much. Have a good trip home and a good weekend.
Thank you.
Nancy Tangler, Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tangler Investments. Coming up next, more on the markets. Options Insight is next.
Company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Apple is withholding a raft of new technologies from hundreds of millions of consumers in the European Union, citing concerns posed by the bloc's regulatory attempts to rein in big tech. Apple up today by 0.3%. The company says it will block the release of Apple Intelligence, iPhone mirroring, and SharePlay screen sharing from users in the EU this year because the Digital Markets Act allegedly forces it to downgrade the. Again, Apple shares, they're up 0.3%. Four of the biggest banks on Wall Street must improve their blueprints for a hypothetical wind down after top regulators in Washington found weaknesses in their plans. The FDIC and the Federal Reserve say the so-called living wills of JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup all had a shortcoming. Shares of JP Morgan Chase down today by 1.3%, Bank of America down 1%, Goldman Sachs down 1.4%, and Citigroup down 1.3%. American Express has agreed to acquire Talk for $400 million from Squarespace adding a service that helps customers book dining and other hard-to-get reservations at exclusive venues. American Express today down 0.2%, Squarespace up 0.1%. And CarMax shares are gaining after the used car dealer's first quarter earnings slightly beat the average analyst estimate. Analysts, including Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas, say first quarter results were largely in line with expectations. Again, CarMax down by 0.6% after initially trading higher earlier on. Those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, a very interesting week. Records for both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. No trading Wednesday because of the Juneteenth holiday. And then we wrap up with triple witching, which brings us to Options Insight. And let's get to Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent Abigail Doolittle with Alone Rosen, Head of Derivatives over at Oppenheimer. Abigail, all yours.
Thanks so much, Carol and Alone. Great to have you with us. And what a day it is. I understand from our conversation earlier that today could be a record expiration day, more than $5 trillion worth of options expiring, stocks, indexes, and ETFs. Why is that, and what does it mean?
Great to be back, Abigail. And what we're seeing is just a big volume push up in single names specifically. Stocks like NVIDIA are taking over, even the SPX in terms of volume and importance. The 0 days to expiry phenom specifically, you're seeing that today in that stock. So we're seeing a big push of expiries coming off today. And what we're seeing out of that is ETF flows are a lot lighter. Hedging flows remain very minimal relative to the past. And all the action is the dispersion underneath the surface in single names, where you're seeing rotations into large cap tech for a while now with the AI frenzy. And now we're seeing maybe, can we get a rotation back into cyclicals, which you got a little taste of yesterday.
Super interesting. So next week, do you expect that big tech options won't be as well supported? Do you think that we will see that kind of valuation into, say, that rotation into value and away from growth? Or sooner rather than later, do you think the NVIDIAs and the Apples get going again?
You know, it's been the question of the year for that matter. NVIDIA almost tripling at the highs yesterday, and this AI frenzy is real. You know, we're even incorporating autonomous AI agents such as Agent Smith in finding actionable ideas. We use Perplexity for generic research assistance. So we just don't know how far this application can go. So the PE and the price to earnings and all of the fundamental metrics really aren't coming into play here, and it's all about sentiment. So we do feel like we are seeing that sentiment peak a bit. Everybody and anybody is talking about NVIDIA specifically. So, you know, can we see some sort of short-term top and get that rotation versus risk off? It feels like seasonally we could be choppy next week, but early July has been extremely positive, you know, up until mid-July where that turns. So, you know, we're being cautious on the short side, but you are respecting the ability. If you are long and you're have a nice performance year to date, it's probably a good idea to spend some money on protection.
And in about 30 seconds or less, Alone, what are your thoughts on this JP Morgan collar on the S&P 500 that I keep hearing about? I know that a lot of people are watching it.
So that strike is, I believe, 56.55 on the S&P 500 cash. We're a bit below that. We stopped around 5,500 the other day. It could act as a ceiling. It's not huge size, but it's something that's going to be on the radar until next week. And kind of while we're comfortable that maybe we might see a contained move, if anything, an upside grind versus maybe a collapse. So we kind of feel like the market could stall a bit before maybe moving into the quieter July 4th week with that upside cap in mind.
Great perspective. As always, look forward to chatting with you soon. Alone Rosen of Oppenheimer, thanks so much for joining us for Options Insight. Carol and Tim, back to you.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much. Abigail Doolittle, our Chief Global Markets Correspondent. All right, joining us there with Options Insight. We're getting ready to wrap up this hour.
Yeah, it was a good hour, and we got a good couple of hours coming up on Bloomberg Business Week a little later. We're going to be joined by Dana Hull in just a few minutes out there in Silicon Valley. She covers Tesla and Elon Musk, and we're talking about something that we don't talk about a lot with Elon Musk. It's the fact that he's got 12 kids, at least as we know of.
Whoa.
That's how it says in the story.
I know, that's true.
And we talk a little bit about his comments around population collapse and civilization collapse that he's been doing in the last few years.
He talked about it at Milken, and I got to say, I was taking notes. I mean, this fertility thing has been something he's talked about, but fertility rates are low around the world. There are implications of that, so we're going to get into that story. We're going to do a few other things. We're also going to talk about whiskey.
Ooh, that's
a rare
4 o'clock.
one that's coming up. The close, though, coming your way on TV. This is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Friday. Kind of a myth day, but we've talked about triple witching. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But it does look like we might see some gains in the S&P 500 for the week overall.
Yeah, up
Again.
half a percentage point over the last 5 days. Got to kind of take into account that lack of Wednesday trading day when we're doing these calculations here. So I'm going to have to get back to you on the final calculation when we get to 4 o'clock.
You're going to get back to us?
I'll get back to you.
I'll wait for the call?
After 4 o'clock, okay? After 4 o'clock when things close out the day.
Funny how that works.
We are going to be talking about the markets in triple witching with Abigail Doolittle in just a few minutes. We're also going to talk with the vice president over at Palo Alto Networks all about that hack of the so-called spine of the car industry that we've seen in recent days, the auto sales.
Yeah, cybersecurity is still an issue, folks. Doesn't matter what industry. So we're going to get into that. As we mentioned, we're going to talk a little bit about Elon and looking to kind of raise those fertility rates, or thinking about it at least.
He's doing it.
He's certainly doing his part.
And what about whiskey?
What about it? Aidan Megan, founder of Natterjack Irish Whiskey, we talked to him back on St. Paddy's Day, or around that era, or that time, I should say, not era. St. Paddy's Day an era?
It can be. It depends on how it goes.
I guess it can be.
It's not one of Taylor Swift's eras.
No, it's not.
Let's just say that.
No songs there, no albums there. He's going to get into The Mistake, a limited edition bourbon forward Irish whiskey. So we'll get to that a little bit later on.
All that and more. First
We're
up, a
not
check on the
drinking yet,
day's
even though
trade
it
and
sounds
top
like it.
business stories. Save us, Charlie Pellet, please.
I wanted to keep you guys going. Fascinating. I like whiskey. Here's what's going on. We have got the Dow Industrials up 18 right now. S&P, NASDAQ, both in the red. We got 59 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell on this massive expiration of options. Triple witching Friday with the S&P now down 7, 54.65 in a week in which the S&P briefly got above 5,500. Right now down 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 16, gain there of 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 28, a drop right now of 0.2%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.25%, the 2-year 4.72%. Gold down $38 the ounce to $23.21. Drop there of just about 1.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 80.58 for a barrel of WTI. Lindsay Piegza over at Stifel Nicholas told us earlier today, while recent inflation reports do point to progress, certainly there's a lot more work to be done. NVIDIA shares, meanwhile, down 3.2%. NVIDIA now at $126.57, a drop today, $4.21 in NVIDIA, lower by 3.3%. Again, recapping, S&P down 7, drop of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. As Charlie mentioned, it's not just any summer Friday on Wall Street, because Wall Street is facing a quarterly episode ominously known as triple witching. I was going to wear my witch's hat, but I didn't.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Quarterly. Derivatives contracts tied to equities, index options, and futures mature. Compels traders en masse to roll over their existing positions or start new ones.
Yeah, exactly. About $5.5 trillion set to expire today, according to an estimate from options platform Spot Gamma. The expiration also coincides with index rebalancing. There's a lot going on. It means you can have volatility. There's a lot of volume. So let's get to it and really get kind of someone who knows whether or not it's important or not, the significance, if you will.
Bloomberg News. Chief Markets Correspondent Abigail Doolittle is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
I made her Chief Global Markets Correspondent.
I'm sorry that I gave you a demotion just now after your recent promotion
It's
from
all
Carol.
promotions there. Thank you.
Do we care? Why should we care?
We do care. Well, we were just talking with Alon Rosen of Oppenheimer, and he's saying that this is a record expiration, that this is the most amount of options tied to these indexes, stocks, and ETFs. But what he was saying, it's not so much the indexes and the ETFs, it's more so the single stocks and then the single stocks that go into the ETFs and the indexes too. But, you know, he mentioned NVIDIA, by extension, some of the other AI names. I see you shaking your head, so I'm pausing for your...
But are we? I mean, yes, NVIDIA is lower today. It was lower yesterday.
But
are we? Yeah, are we seeing?
Well,
are we
so it
seeing
matters. It's not showing on the surface level
Okay.
right now of the S&P 500, but it is showing. So on the volume, Carol, I know you love volume, and today everybody loves
Oh my
volume.
goodness, you're right. Look at
On the open, it had been almost 400% above the 20-day average.
Wow.
Currently, we're about 25% above, and then we'll probably see a spike at the close too. We also have the S&P 500 rebalancing. The other thing that really matters about this options expiration, I mean, I loved what Lalone was saying about the single stock and that's creating dispersion, and that creates the possibility of volatility next week and the weeks beyond. Some folks are talking about that. Something else that people are talking about is long gamma. Now, I can't explain this exactly technically, but to the best of my ability to understand, some of it has to do with people have just been selling the near-term volatility so much, the 1 day, 0 date options, that has really kept volatility to some degree suppressed. But if that's all going to roll off, that stocks are going to be free to move as they will, and hence we could actually see some sort of a sell-off, because you're not going to just have volatility crushed down by these institutional buyers. One of my other sources, though, Chris Murphy at Susquehanna, he thinks that this situation isn't new, that yes, there is a huge impact in terms of that selling of vol, but we've been there before, and he's not as convinced that there is going to be some sort of a volatility event next week.
I mean, what do you care about on a day like today? Like, what are you looking for?
So I'm still, NVIDIA is interesting to me. It's nice that what would otherwise, I mean, this is the first Friday of summer, and it's definitely not a slow one, which is nice. So NVIDIA is interesting just to see that it's down 2 days in a row, the worst 2 days of since April. Technically, the chart is maybe starting to make some sort of a near-term breakdown, being down, roughly 6+% over the last 2 days. Again, the most since April. So I have my eye on that one. I also always have my eye on Apple.
I knew you were going to say
yes,
that.
and just because of the influence. And it's so interesting now, Tim, you were actually helping create that chart, and NVIDIA now is below the market cap of both Apple and Microsoft.
Yeah.
So, what goes up easy could go down easy. I don't know if that's exactly true, but NVIDIA, a year ago had $1 trillion market cap. It took Apple and Microsoft years and years to get to $1 to $2 to $3 trillion, whereas this one is much more parabolic. So, the AI frenzy, is it going to last, or are investors a little bit nervous going into the summer, and given the fact that volumes, not today, but volumes on other days could be light, and that sellers could potentially take advantage of that? They want to get out of the AI frenzy. And then we have earnings season coming up. So I think that's, something as well.
We did see Apple move lower, but it is higher now by 0.5 percentage point after.
It's not making my gainers list. Not today.
I mean, it's a little volatile.
Yeah, it's a little tepid.
It was amazing looking for
It was up as
gainers
much as
today.
1%.
Like, there weren't certainly none of the big kind of tech companies in terms of gainers. It was a lot of kind of odd companies with some fundamental news.
There's a little bit of news around Apple.
What's that?
There is a little bit of news around
Yes,
Apple.
the AI story. And it's
Yeah.
interesting what you were saying, Carol. First, on that Apple, a little bit of their AI, that they're halting their AI EU rollout over big tech real concerns. And I think I saw a note from Ed Ludlow internally saying that could be 25% of the AI revenue. Don't quote me on that. But it could actually have an impact on numbers. But it's interesting to see the stock move right past that. But what you're saying, Carol, and I'm actually going to use one of the great functions on the Bloomberg terminal, which is MOV, and it shows you all the top stocks for both percentage movers and point-wise. So I'm going to do percentage because that's going to go more away from the big tech. And yeah, some of the gainers, FMC, FDS, STL, these are names that we really never talk about. So some of that is that dispersion that Alone was talking about, that instead of all the money going into the big tech, that it's going elsewhere. Now, if that lasts, that would actually be healthy for the market, so long as the sell-off in big tech doesn't get so extreme that it takes the markets down with it in a significant way.
Kind of crazy day. Interesting day. But it does feel like a little bit, it was a little bit more tortured this week. A little bit.
Tortured?
Yeah.
Is
like,
that the name?
Yeah,
a little bit of a grind up and down.
Like, we hit
but
some
overall,
records.
we're at record. Well, we're not right now, but we were at records, and a third up week in a row.
Okay.
All right, there it is.
Squeezing it out.
Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent. Did I get that right, Abigail?
Chief Global
I think
Markets.
so.
Chief Global
This
Markets
is your title. So
Correspondent.
I'm just taking what you give.
You're in a Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. This is Bloomberg.
Having my baby. What a lovely way of saying how much you love me.
Here's some.
We
Oh,
know
go ahead.
somebody's had a lot of babies.
Yeah, we do. Here's some numbers you need to know about Elon Musk. 6, it's the number of companies that Elon runs. 206, the number of billions of dollars Elon is worth, according to the latest calculation by the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. And 12, it's the number of kids Elon has, at least that we know of.
No question. Elon is doing what he can to contribute to the world's population, which makes sense if you've paid attention to what he's said in recent years. In Musk's mind, global fertility rates are not just a crisis, but the crisis. And someone who has paid a lot of attention to what Elon says about this is our own Dana Hall.
Yeah, she, along with Sophie Alexander, write about how Elon wants you to have more babies. That's in the forthcoming issue of Bloomberg Businessweek. Read the story now, though, on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/businessweek. Dana Hall is a Bloomberg News senior technology reporter. She joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Dana, you and Sophie make the point in your piece that despite Elon's alarmism, the world's population is not declining. Yet Musk is correct that the overall rate of growth is slowing. Why is Elon so concerned about us not having enough babies?
Well, to be clear, Elon did not comment for this story. So, but I think that, he's been sort of ringing the alarm bell about this for quite some time. If you look at his tweets and all of his public appearances at the Milken conference last month, he